Hello everyone. Welcome to my beginner Elden Ring No Hit any percent tutorial. Um, I have a video I recorded about a week ago maybe for a route I'm going to use, and I also have my game open to go over anything else just in case I need to. Just any more specific things I might have missed or I want to explain in a bit more detail. um, Couple things to mention before I get started. This is an Incantations route. If you wanted to have a certain name on Team Hitlist, make sure you go to their website and read the rules first. This is not really super important, but if you're planning on submitting it, just make sure you follow whatever guidelines you need to so that you can have your run submitted properly. Um, and this run is about as simple as an Iron Balls route, which is the current meta route. It's about as simple boss wise, but some of the running sections I would say are a bit trickier. But I still think this is a pretty basic tutorial for a beginner. It's one of my favorite routes. I love using incantations, so I decided to use this as a off-meta tutorial. This route is a little over 2 hours when I do it. Usually, it's about 2 hours, but I think for beginner players, it's going to be about 2 hours and 15 minutes to 2 hours and 30 minutes. So just a little bit longer than your average any percent, I would say. But it's not too bad, honestly. Um, Basically, the way I do it is I do all of the setup right at the beginning, and that way you can get Blue Dancer Charm a bit easier, and you can kill the Godskin Noble in Volcano Manor, and then you can go get the Somber 7, and you can start with a +9 seal, which makes a lot of the bosses early on much easier. And I think that really kind of carries this run in the early game. But yeah, let's go ahead and start watching this. I'll be commentating over some of the stuff, and if I need to go over anything, I'll just open my game and show real quick whatever I need to. For this, you are gonna want to start with Prophet. It just happens to have the highest faith. Um, and it also has Catch Flame, which is a spell we use, but you can just buy that if you need to. I like to start with the Lands Between rune, but if you want to start with Cracked Pots, that's also a totally viable option. I usually do Lands Between rune because it's a little bit faster, because you can just make one trip to Kale, buy the crafting kit and the Cracked Pots, and then go on about your day. But if you start with Cracked Pots, you need to go back to Kale and buy that stuff later, which isn't really a big deal, but I just prefer to get it all out of the way at the start. And a lot of times when I'm opening doors and stuff, I'm gonna be switching around stuff in my inventory just to make it what I like and what I'm comfortable with. So that's kind of what I was doing there. You don't really need to have the shield equipped if you don't want it. You can leave the spear equipped. It's just up to you. It doesn't really matter. And you just want to jump off here if you're not killing Grafted Scion. You're more than welcome to kill him, but you have to die anyway. This is a scripted death, so it doesn't count as a hit. If you do fight Grafted Scion and you get hit to him, though, it does count as a hit. So if you do plan on fighting him, make sure you know how to fight him. Yeah, see here, I'm just rearranging my flasks a little bit to where I like having them in my pouch. And then go ahead and use your rune on the lift so you can save some time. I do that a lot on these runs, is I use runes and items on elevators just to save time without having to use them in the open world if I can help it. You do want to go ahead and get first step. We are going to come back here later so we can go to Weeping Peninsula for the Faith tier. And then we're going to go make a trip to Kale real quick. I stay on the left side of this area so I don't aggro Tree Sentinel. I also pick up the rune in front of Church of Ella. It's a golden rune 4. It's not really needed for anything. But I like to pick it up anyway. I just take this path and he won't ever see you. Definitely not needed, but I just pick it up anyway. And then yeah, you go ahead and buy your crafting kit and your 3 cracked pots. And you want to make sure you're collecting lots of mushrooms on this run. We need mushrooms to make sleep pots, which we do use on Godskin Noble and Godskin Duo. So make sure you're just collecting them whenever you see them. You do need to pick up these 4 kukris right here. Kukris are really, really important for no-hit runs because they make a sound when they hit something. So it's very nice for using them to distract enemies to make some sections a bit easier. I will also say I did make some mistakes in this run, and I did get hit in the end, but I think it's important to show that even experienced runners get hit, and I think it's important to kind of show off some of the mistakes I made, just because I shouldn't have made them, and I think it's important to show what I did wrong and which sections you should be a bit more careful on, and how easy it is to make a small mistake and just forget about something. So yeah, once you get Torrent, you just sprint up through here. Just make sure you're sprinting. This giant is not going to hit you. None of the archers will hit you. More mushrooms. I think my game is a bit quiet. I'm going to try and turn it up, but I don't want it to blast my Elden Ring game when I open it. You are going to need 2 stone sword keys for this run to get the Somber 7 and Volcano Manor. I pick up 3 or 4, I think, just because there are a lot of options, but I definitely recommend the one in Stormhill Shack here. It's a very easy one to grab. And then you're going to want to run down this path. Don't run on the main path. There are a couple of enemies, but just go on this right side in between this hill over here. And then you're going to run to Bernal's shack. We're going to kill him later. You're going to get an Ash of War called Assassin's Gambit, and it makes you invisible and silent, which is obviously very good for no-hit runs. I go ahead and I just run around this entire camp, but if you want this item right here, can't really see it very well with this angle. This item is really easy to pick up. Actually, if you do want it, this item right here, it's an Exalted Flesh. It's just a little bit of damage as a buff, physical damage, which is why we don't get it, because we mostly do fire damage on this run. But if you do want this, it's very easy to pick up. You just run through here and pick up this item, and then you cut across to the right behind this tent a little bit. We don't need it on this run, so I just skipped it and I ran around the back of the camp instead, but it is a very easy item to pick up if you do need it. Go ahead and get the Saint's Bridge Grace up here. It is needed later because we come back and get the Blue Dancer charm. I guess I kind of missed that. As for this Pumpkinhead guy, this is pretty simple, but you want to go on the opposite side of the bridge he's on. So if he's over here, you run across over here, and vice versa. In this situation, he kind of just stood in the middle, which is a little bit annoying, but you can see I just ran past him and he didn't even hit me. Like, he's pretty much never going to hit you. Just try and avoid him if possible. And then yeah, buy a cracked pot up here. And you're gonna want to continue southeast. You're going to want to run on the middle of this ruin here, and on the other side, underneath the other ruin, there's 3 Trina Lilies I'm going to pick up. You also need these for sleep pots as well, so I only pick up a couple of them, but make sure you're picking them up. And then for this part, we're going to drop down here, but you will take fall damage from this, and if you're taking fall damage in Elden Ring, you are not far from death. So when you go, make sure you go to the lowest point here, which is actually right here. There's a little drop down after this rock, but yeah, it's right to the left of this rock, and it's to the right of this. It's just in the middle right here at the lowest point, and you drop down and you will take fall damage and you will not die. This is very consistent, but don't jump off here. Don't double jump, do anything crazy. Just run off and you'll be fine. I kind of stopped a little bit, but you should be fine. And then I run up to the top and land on that rock. Usually you don't take fall damage, but I did take some here. Not a big deal, but you know, just you won't die, you'll be okay. As far as this graveyard goes, you can pick up all of the runes if you want. Don't do that, it's kind of a waste of time. You really only need this one, to be honest. The others aren't really big enough to matter, but this is the biggest rune in this graveyard. You do want to pick this one up. You want to pick up this item because it's the sleep pot recipe. And then you want to pick up this rune because it's a 4. And then you want to pick up this one back here because it's a 2. And then this one back here is also a 4. All of these other ones are just golden rune ones. Don't bother picking them up. It's kind of a waste. So yeah, pick up this one. Sleep pot recipe. 4, 2 back here, and another 4. And then you're going to jump off over here. There's some graveyards you can land on. And you're going to head down to the 3rd Church America. I do apologize for my game lagging also. I'm not really sure why it was so laggy, but it's been a little bit worse recently, so just bear with me on that. Go ahead and grab this grace. It's a pretty important grace. And then make it nighttime. And if you forget to make it nighttime here, it's not a big deal, but you do need to make it nighttime at some point. Just for running sections, when it is nighttime, enemies have lower vision range, so it's really nice for that kind of thing. Yeah, see, I'm opening a door here, so I equip my kukris where I always have them for runs. And you're going to want to go in here and get this grace and rest. This will take us to Roundhold, and we can go by the bow, which we do need for the Knights Cavalry.
There is, but I can gathering. Bear it at my hand.
So yeah, once you get the bow, head back to the Bestial Sanctum. This gargoyle, as long as you don't swing behind him or anything, he's never going to hit you. So just run past him. There are a couple of militiamen here. There's one right here. There's another one further up here somewhere past this branch. They kind of just walk around. Just don't run next to them. You'll be fine. I've never been hit by one of these guys, but I always stay away from them. Pick up this golden seed. Yeah, see, there's another one right here. Just avoid them. Don't run next to them and you'll be fine. And I head over here. And I usually do a skip on this, but it's a pretty sketchy. Like, you can definitely die doing it. So what I did instead is you run next to these ruins on the left. And then you're going to see this little rock right here. You can jump down on the left of it. Kind of like the drop down to the graveyard with the sleep pots. Yeah, you're just gonna hop off right here. You're not gonna take fall damage or anything. And I will say for this little running section, it's very safe, but you need to be quick. You can't just sit around and wait here, because you can see right here there's a militiaman and there's another one coming up, and they will stand up and turn around and look at you, but they don't actually see you. It's very, very safe, but just make sure you're not sitting here taking your time. You just want to get through this section a little bit quickly. Like, there's one right here as well, and we run right past him. So yeah, you just want to make sure that you go through this spot a little bit quickly. For this Knights Cavalry cheese, it's really, really simple. It's very consistent. Basically what you want to do is you want to aim at the bottom of this pillar right here. See how there's these other pillars as well on the bridge. You want to aim at the bottom of this one. And when the Knights Cavalry gets to this hole in the ground, which is kind of the last one on the bridge, you're going to throw your first kukri at the bottom of this pillar. And you're going to throw the second one at a specific spot on the branch, which I'll show in just a second. And then that way he's going to hear that and walk over and just jump off. Yeah, throw the first one. And then there's this slightly darker spot in the branch on the curve right here. It's not super specific, but I usually aim for this and it's very consistent for me. And yeah, you're just going to throw your second one here once he gets to the base of the pillar, and he's just going to jump off. So he gets to the base of the pillar, stops moving, throw the kukri. And then, yep, he walks up there and jumps off. And this gives you 42,000 runes, and it gives you Bloodhound Step as well. We do end up using Bloodhound Step. It's not really needed, but it is pretty nice. Yeah, you can go ahead and grab this memory stone up here. We do need this one. I need, you have to pick up 2 in the world, which is a little unfortunate, but it does make the run a lot easier, I would say. up here in this graveyard. Sorry, I'm going a little bit slow here, but in this graveyard, you ignore, there's a rune behind this tree, just ignore it. It's a golden rune 1. You really need to pick up only these 3. I think this one's an 8, and this one is a 6, and this one's a 3. You really only need the 8 and the 6. You don't need the 3, but I go back and grab it anyway, just to make things consistent for this tutorial. Try to avoid the lightning. If it hits you, it's not a hit, but it might kill you. I've actually never been hit by it, so I don't know, but yeah, just try and avoid it. Stay away from the putrid avatar over here and take this Spirit Spring up to Fort Feroth. Fort Feroth is pretty straightforward. We don't need the Beast Torch since we're not getting Source Seal. So what you want to do is you want to run up and you want to hit the wall next to this pillar with the spear. And what this does is it makes a sound inside, so the bats that throw poison will hear it and walk away. And that way you can sneak through a bit easier. I usually hit the wall on this side, but I've been having some issues with it recently, so I think it's probably better to hit it on the left side of this pillar. I haven't really tested the left side as much, but I have had one of the bats see me a couple times on the right side. I'm not too sure why, because I always do the same thing, but yeah, maybe hit on the left side. You can test it out yourself, but really either side should work, but I say maybe go for the left side. It might be a little bit safer. Right side definitely still works, but left side is probably a little better. I crouch around to sneak around the first bat, and then yeah, you can see like this one and the one before we're walking around. And when you get to the top of the stairs, I block to make my character stand up, but this is actually very important. You want to stop sprinting, because sometimes when you're sprinting up to a ladder, you get a bug, and I don't know exactly how it works, but I know when you're sprinting and you're trying to climb a ladder, it happens, and you won't climb the ladder, and the option to climb the ladder is gone. And if that happens, you're going to get hit here 100%. So just make sure that you stop sprinting before you get to the ladder, and that way this will never happen to you, and you can just climb the ladder and you'll be fine. It's really weird. I'm not exactly sure how it works, but just don't sprint all the way up to the ladder. Just stop sprinting a little before it. And then you're going to pick up the first Dectus half, and then you're going to go travel back to Fort Feroth. And we're going to run all the way down to the merchant. We're going to get Somber 9, our Rune Arc, and our Somber 8. And then we are going to go get the Beast Repellent Torch, which, if you did not know, prevents beast animals like dogs and rats from attacking you, which is really, really helpful. So yeah, I kind of follow this cliff edge here. And you're going to go right on this path down to the bottom of this tower over here. And yeah, down here there's a Somber 9, and there's also a Rune Arc, which we will use when we kill Godric, because Godric's Great Rune gives you 5 points in each stat, and if you're not getting hit, you don't need to worry about losing that. So yeah, it's a very, very powerful Great Rune. You're gonna come up here, and you're gonna kill this Scarab. I think I used my fist on here. You can use Catch Flame as well. It's not quite as good. But you want to make sure you're a little careful with this guy. He can definitely roll into you. And if you do end up killing him for some reason, he has a lot of health. But if you do kill him, he explodes, so just be cautious of that. That's why I always push him off the edge. For this section also, there's a couple dogs on the right side of the hill up here, and there's one really far back on the left. I usually just sprint through this little opening here. I'm not really sure how to explain that. Yeah, you can see one of the dogs walking up here. This is the main path, so you just want to go on the left side of the hill here. And yeah, it's kind of like a field goal here, walking through these two. There's a little root right here in this little mush pile, I guess. And yeah, you just kind of stay on the edge of the hill. Look out for the dogs. You're gonna be fine. Just don't walk near the dogs, really. You're gonna come up and buy your Beast Repellent Torch, and then go to Stormhill Shack. You can go get the other Dectus half right now if you're comfortable with running through that fort without killing any of the enemies. But for this, I went and got Frenzied Burst first, just so I could kill them a little bit easier and it'd be a more simple run. But yeah, if you're comfortable with just running through that fort, just go ahead and go do it right now. There's no reason to put it off. I upgrade my flasks here too, and I also level up. This is actually really important, these levels. You should always have enough money to get exactly the levels I get in this run, for the most part. Because you're killing the Knights Cavalry, and I didn't have any rune acquisition at that point, so you should always be able to get exactly the same levels I get here. You want to get 17 Mind and 30 Faith. The reason we get 17 Mind is so we can use Frenzy Burst enough times to kill Bernal later. And then you're just going to take the path going around to get to Liurnia. And I will explain the Bernal situation. So, to get Assassin's Gambit, you have to either join Volcano Manor and kill Rykard, and then Bernal will sell it to you once Rykard is dead. However, we're not killing Rykard in this run. So the other way to do it is kill Bernal and then join Volcano Manor, and when you give Bernal's Bellbearing to the Finger Lady in Roundhold, she will let you buy Assassin's Gambit then. I don't know why it works like this, but that's just how it works. So if you join Volcano Manor first, you're going to have a lot more trouble with this. So just make sure you kill Bernal first. It's a really simple kill once you get Frenzy Burst. Also, make sure you have the Beast Repellent Torch out here for this section. I hold it out in a lot of the running sections. You don't really need it in all of them, but you know, there are wolves there, so I hold it out and they won't hit me. It's really, really a great tool for hitless. For this, you just want to go to the right around this camp here. There's not really anything in here you ever want to grab. And then once I get to this part right here at the end, I kind of just follow the cliff edge. And I go, I think it's 1 point off of north towards northeast. Just 1 point off, not exactly northeast, just one off. And you're just going to run straight through here. There's not really any enemies you need to worry about. You're going to go up this hill towards these ruins. There's a 2 Fingers heirloom in these ruins over here. If you know how to get it, it's really easy. It gives you 5 faith. I did originally route it into the run, but it's really unnecessary. You just never end up using it, so you don't need to worry about it. But if you really want it, you can go grab it. But it's not needed at all. You're gonna head over here and take this teleporter, which will take you to South Raya Lucaria Gate. When you get this grace, head down this hill, go to the right. This is something important to note. When you jump off of this railing, you're going to take fall damage. I land on this rock down here, so I don't actually take fall damage here, but if you don't land on something, you're going to take fall damage. When you are jumping, make sure, like right here, I am touching the fence before I jump. And that's because if you clip this fence when you jump off, your height gets upped, like your height goes up a little bit and you'll die from the fall. It's very consistent to miss this death and to just avoid it entirely, but just make sure when you're jumping, you are touching the fence and you're going to go all the way over and fully clear it. Otherwise, you are going to die. So that's something important to note. It's really, really easy to avoid. I haven't died to this in a very, very long time. So it's not really something you need to worry about. Just make sure you're touching the fence before you jump. Yeah, you're just going to head about west, pretty much. You're going over towards Smerag, and you're going to steal the key and the kukris from behind him. If you do end up... I do it a different way, but if you end up running through this part, if you're sprinting on Torrent, Smerag is going to aggro you. So the way you can avoid that is just... you can heal or drink your physic or something, and that'll slow you down, and you won't be sprinting anymore, and you can walk past here and pick up the kukris and the key really easily, and then you're good to teleport back. But I go on this and jump across just because I just prefer that. I think it's a little bit easier. And you're gonna grab the key, and then you need to grab these kukris. You really need them. I promise you. You have to have them. And then travel back here, and take this teleporter through the gate. We're gonna head up, and we're gonna get Howl of Shabriri, and we're also gonna get Frenzied Burst. Howl is a buff we use. It gives you a big increase in damage. And then Frenzy Burst is also just a very, very good incantation we use a couple times for killing enemies and killing Gideon, mostly because it gives him madness. You're gonna head about north, just 1 point off of north here. The big thing in this section is there's a nice cavalry over here on the main road, so you want to be far enough that he's not going to see you. There is also a knight way back here, but you really don't need to worry about him too much. Just main thing is avoid the knight's cavalry. Go around these ruins, and I grab some mushrooms, and also I pick up the sacred tear in here. You don't really need it, I don't think, but I like to grab these anyway, just for filling up my FP bar as much as possible. And if you're on console and you don't have a way to give yourself more rune arcs with cheat engine or something, this is another rune arc here you can grab. I did pick up a couple in this run just to kind of show off where you can grab some, but you really only need one. But I mean, you know, obviously if you're practicing on console it's a bit harder, so I showed some extra ones. Head up here, grab this deck to Slift Grace, and you're gonna fast travel to Roundhold and talk to Corin. You need to buy Flamesling here. If you don't want to buy Flamesling, that's also perfectly fine. I think I also buy some other things here. You need the okay, so yeah, that's important. You can do this later. I just do it now because we're at Roundhold, but you buy Flamesling from Corin, which is optional. But you do need to buy the memory stone he has, and you do need to buy the dagger, because we put Assassin's Gambit on the dagger. If you don't want to buy Flamesling, it is optional. I decided to buy it just because you're spending more money, and I wanted this to be possible with the least amount of money, basically. But what you can do is you can make 2 fire pots, and just replace the Flamesling with the fire pots instead. I prefer to use the fire pots, or Flamesling, because it's more on theme for incantations, but if I'm not doing incantations, I use fire pots. This section is actually kind of important to talk about. You kind of have to get a feel for this entire running section, for this Frenzy Burst and Howl. The biggest thing is that if the Frenzy Tower does any damage to you or Torrent, it counts as a hit. So I run in a specific path to avoid it. I will try my best to explain it, but you definitely get a feel for it after a while. I jump on this little rock here and I jump around to the top. You don't have to jump over this rock. I don't know why I did here. I usually don't, but you can just sprint up this one. And then you're going to take essentially the straightest path you can to this cliff back here, but you're going to use some of these rocks to cover you. You want to make sure you're not spam jumping, because that will slow you down and you will more likely be getting ticked by the fire or the tower. So yeah, you don't have to jump here, but for this rock here, you do need to jump. If you get stuck on this rock, you got to be careful. So just make sure you're prepared to jump over this one. And yeah, run up. The tower starts a bit early. You won't take any tick from its like first explosion that it does or whatever. And I use this big pillar right here to kind of block it. You can run around here. Just make sure you're touching this cliff edge as much as possible. And yeah, you head over to the Spirit Spring. I usually wait for it to start, and then about 7-ish seconds I jump. So it's still going to be going when you first jump, but it's going to stop partway through. So you see it start, wait about 7 seconds, and then jump. It's still going up here, but like as I'm hitting my peak, it's kind of turning off and you're fine. I haven't actually tried this, but I believe if you wait on this edge of the wall, it can't see you here, so you won't get ticked. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think it's safe, but I always just jump in immediately. And then you're gonna go up 1 more level here. Grab Howl. I step on this chest. I step down a little bit. The positioning is slightly different for fire pots, but there's 3 enemies over here. You're gonna kill. I missed one, so you can see him right here through the floor. Just kill him. Come over here, aim up, kill these 3, and then the tower turns off. It's really pretty simple. I mean, the hardest part is just this section right here, which just it's gonna take a little bit of practice to get a feel for. But yeah, main thing is just make sure you're jumping over that last rock and you're getting here okay. It is mostly consistent. This is slightly FPS based, which is why I really don't like this section, but I think I've only ever been ticked once here due to FPS issues, so hopefully it's fine, but it is definitely possible that you just get screwed for FPS problems. Once you kill these guys, hop down, and you can head straight over into this village over here. I usually cut across the right back here, and you just kind of, I stay on this back section just to avoid all the enemies. Head up this cliff here. You're gonna take a left up here. You need to kill this scarab. I think it takes 3 or 4 catch flames, I can't remember. But there are some rats on either side of it, so just be aware of that. You need your beast torch here, but yeah, you just kill the scarab with catch flame. I will say, if you keep going down this pathway over here, is a flower that can aggro you. I've only had it happen to me one time. And he does his ranged attack. Just make sure you know what that sounds like and looks like, and you can just avoid it. It's really, really not a big deal. I've only ever had it happen one time, but I try and push him over towards this left side a little bit to try and avoid the flower. Yeah, kill him, get Frenzy Burst, and then head back to Third Church America. I like to rest here, equip Frenzy Burst. You don't need Flame Sling anymore, that is the only time we use it. So if you don't want to buy it, you really don't need to, but I did anyway. Yeah, make sure you make an item again for this second Dectus half though. And then you pretty much just want to go south. You can follow this path. I usually don't do this, but it is pretty simple to just follow this path. This bear is not going to aggro you since you have the Beast Repellent Torch. And this bear, you don't really need to worry about. You can actually pick up this item and this bear won't even aggro you. So just stay on the path. You have nothing to worry about. I usually stay on the right side of this path because at this wagon coming up, you can see there's some of these little demi-humans here, so I usually just stay on the right side to avoid them. Yeah, follow this path. Once you get to these ruins though, I do stop, and I pick up these Trina Lilies. I will say this back one, you can actually see it from this other side as well. I don't know if I actually show it though, but it's over here on the left. You can safely grab it, but you need to be careful. This bear will wake up if you cross like this line right here. And the Trina Lily is technically on the other side of the line, but you have like a bigger pickup range, so it's not really a problem. Just walk towards it and you can grab it really easily. If that stresses you out and you don't want to grab it, you really don't need it, but I usually pick it up anyway because I'm there. Just a quick little note about these lilies here. You can pick up these 5 Trina Lilies, and then once you burn the Erd Tree down, for some reason, these lilies respawn. So if you need more, you can always come back and pick these up again if you run out later. And quick thing to note about demi-humans. I don't know why, but they always scream at you when they aggro you. These will never hit you. I've never ever been hit by one of these guys, and I always run through them. They are always going to do a little roar at you first, and the roar doesn't even have a hitbox. So there's not really anything to worry about with these guys. Just sprint through here. It's not a big deal. You can grab the Grace if you want. You don't really need it. Yeah, you head up here. You're going to jump on this first little rock platform right here, and then you're going to jump backwards up on top of this cliff edge here. The reason you do this is just to avoid the ballista. It's a little bit RNG if you decide to sprint through here the main way. So yeah, I just go back to kind of reduce that a little bit. Pick up this golden seed here. And then this jump is a little bit tricky, but you're basically going to jump from this rock right here up onto the little platform. And you kind of just like slip up on top. It looks a little bit strange. It's definitely a lot harder than it looks. But yeah, you try and jump from the highest point on this rock, which is about here-ish. It's kind of hard to see, but yeah, you just jump from here, double jump up. And yeah, you'll just slip up on top. Kill these 3 enemies. You can do just a tap charge. Like, you don't have to fully charge Frenzy Burst, you can just tap it. And again, you still have Beast Repellent Torch out, so the rats aren't going to aggro you. And as long as it's nighttime, the big knight up there won't actually see you. You can just walk past him. Yeah, then you get your second Dectus half. After this, I go back to Fort Faroth. This order is not quite as important. You could do Bernal then O'Neill, or O'Neill then Bernal, but I thought it made more sense logically to do O'Neill first. I will also say, if you take this Spirit Spring on top of this big skull right here, there's also another Stone Sword key on top of this. I don't really recommend getting this one because it's kind of out of the way, but if you forget one and you don't remember, this one is always very safe to get. I don't think this is needed with the route I have right now, but I do go and pick up this Starlight Shard for Maliketh. Again, I don't really think it's necessary, but I like to grab it anyway, since that's what I did on the original routing. But I think it makes him a little bit easier, so I recommend getting it. You're gonna head down. This is one of the skips you can do. It's very, very easy. I really highly recommend doing this one. Next to this dead tree, it's pretty much the only tree over here. Like, it's literally the only tree. There's a little platform here, and what you're gonna do is double jump onto this rooftop. If you somehow miss this jump, it is a very easy jump to make, but I understand nerves can kind of make things harder. If you miss this jump, you can just fast travel out. Putouts are not allowed on no-hit runs in most situations, so you would have to fast travel, but you can get your fast travel pretty quickly. You have plenty of time before you hit the ground, so it's really, really safe. Okay, just jump here, and then you're going to slowly walk off here and land on the roof and then drop down again. I follow this left wall right here, the gate, and then you pretty much just go straight west until you get to O'Neill's arena. There is this grace I decided to get. You don't really need it, but if you want to grab it for some safety like I did here, that's fine. And this is a part that you can do slightly differently. If you want, you can buy... You will have to go back to Kale to buy an arrow, but you can buy one arrow from Kale and use it here. And you can just jump on top of the branch and shoot him with a bow. I don't really like doing that on my runs. Like, since this is an incantation only run, I only want to use incantations for damage. Obviously, if you don't really care about that, that's fine. You can just shoot him with a bow. But yeah, the way this works with the way I did it is you have to trigger O'Neill first so he can hear sound. So the way I do that is I just walk back here, like to this little flower, and that triggers him pretty much. And then this jump is a little bit tricky, but what you're going to do is go up here and you're going to jump into this little crevice right here. Make sure you're at the highest point and then you jump on this branch. It looks really simple, but it's actually a lot harder than it looks. So I guess I'll show this in regular speed. But yeah, jump up here, jump up again to make sure you're at the highest point, and then you jump on top of this branch. This is a really, really easy jump to mess up. It's really tricky, but it's very safe if you do miss it, so you don't really have to worry too much about missing it or anything. You can sit here for 20 minutes trying to make this if you're confident with the rest of the run. But yeah, once you get up here, you're pretty much good to go. And again, if you want to, you can come up here first and then shoot O'Neill with the bow, and then he will also walk over to you. I like to stand right here. It's not a super precise spot. You just need to be a little bit closer than you'd think to the edge. Don't be like right on the edge of the branch because you will fall off when you throw the kukri, but just be a little bit closer to the edge. Not right on the edge, but a little bit back from it. I kind of use this little divot in the branch as my standing spot because there's this little curve that kind of dips down some, and I like to stand right here at about the start of the curve. Yeah, just right there. And then you're gonna throw a kukri at the back end of this weapon pile right here. There's also this, you could use this too. It's not a super precise spot, but this is about the almost the max range of the kukri. If you throw it over here, it's not gonna hit the ground. It's gonna be out of range, and you're throwing it here so he hears it. So yeah, just like at the back end of this weapon pile that's closest to him. And then I take a step back just to make sure I'm not going to fall off. And then yeah, you throw the second kukri at, I guess I'll go show it again. Not a super precise spot. You just need to get him closer so you can use Frenzy Burst. I just use this little mushroom spot as my spot. So yeah, you just throw it there. And yeah, see, he hears it and walks over. And then yeah, you're gonna use Frenzy Burst. And then you're gonna hide in this little divot right here. And that's just about it. I think if you don't look at O'Neil, it makes it a little bit easier, to be honest. Because he in this moment, he's walking over, and you're gonna use the geyser underneath you to kill him. But sometimes he has some trouble getting over the hill. I think if you're not looking at him, it makes it a little bit easier for him. So that's why I'm looking away right here. But yeah, you crouch down here in this little divot and the arrows are going to hit the branch. You're going to be completely safe. And you pretty much just wait for him to get over the wall. Which can definitely take a minute. He did it really quickly this time though. And then what you want to do after this is wait for the health bar to disappear. And then you will be out of combat with him. And the archers will not be shooting at you. And you're going to move over to this part of the branch, because there's the geyser underneath. And what you want to do is use Frenzy Burst on the branch. It makes a sound and O'Neil will hear it and he'll walk over to it and he'll just sit under the branch and die to the geyser. So yeah, health bar's gone. Head over, crouch down here, and then use Frenzy Burst. And boom, it's just that simple. I like to see, this is another spot where you're sitting here doing nothing. So I like to pop some runes here. I will say though, this Frenzy Burst I just did was a little bit too far. I think. So yeah, he's only taking the tick damage here. He's not actually taking damage from the explosion. I noticed this, and you just have to do it a little bit higher up than I did. So yeah, I just redid it a little bit sooner than you would need to. Yeah, see, he's still not taking that initial explosion damage. I guess I didn't realize that fast enough, but yeah, you just want to just cast it a little bit higher up, more towards above the geyser. And yeah, you probably want to cast Frenzy Burst every 2 explosions maybe. Doesn't have to be super precise or anything, just enough to make sure he stays interested so he keeps dying. And this is where the Incantations run gets a little bit longer than your regular no-hit run, because you have to do a bunch of extra setups so you can get pest threads and the canvas flock talismans. So yeah, once you kill him, hop down, get the grace that spawns when you kill him, and then go to War Master's Shack. We're gonna kill Bernal next. This kill's a little bit weird. I'm not exactly sure why this works, but But yeah, basically aim at him with the bow so you can hit him and do 2 frenzy bursts. This is going to aggro him, but I don't know why this works, and it works with so many different things. The frenzy burst hits the wall behind him, and for some reason he aggroes to the sound and not you. So yeah, I don't know why this happens, but it does. But yeah, you're just going to refill your FP, and then you're going to do 4 fully charged frenzy bursts. There is a little bit of RNG to this, but it's very safe. Sometimes he's going to drink, sometimes he's not. I don't think he actually drank in this clip, but if he does, you have 4 frenzy bursts and he will die. Like, you don't have to worry about it. I've tested this a lot. So yeah, just do 4 fully charged ones. If he doesn't drink right here, he dies. If he does drink, then the next one gives him madness, which gives you time to get a fully charged one, and he's still in the shack. He's not, like, he's never going to reach you. It's really, really simple. Just if he does drink, don't panic. Just keep doing your charged frenzy bursts. He will die. Yeah, pick up his bell bearing. Make sure you get that. Then you're gonna go back to South Raya Lucaria Gate, and we're gonna do Raya's questline, so we can actually get to Volcano Manor. Again, make sure when you're jumping over this, see how I get straight to the fence edge and then jump. Just make sure you're doing that so you don't die. I go over this rooftop going about southeast, and there's this tree here. I kind of cut across this little open area. Through these houses, there's another golden seed. And then going across this bridge, I'm trying to use like big markers here, but it's a little tricky when there's not so much. But yeah, jump off. There's this sunken church building here. Go across. Pretty much, it's about southeast, maybe more east than south, but yeah, go in between these buildings and you'll find a golden seed. And then there's this broken down bridge you can jump across. I will say, just pay attention when you're going across this bridge. There are some Albinurics walking over here on the left. You can see their clubs right here. They really shouldn't be a problem, but just make sure if they're like further path, maybe stick a little further to the right or something. But yeah, go across this bridge, jump over it, and then head to this ruin. And there's going to be 2 Trina Lilies on the corner right here. I say grab both of these. There is like a lobster patrolling over here, but don't really worry about him. He's not a problem. He will not see you. And then you keep going south towards this grace right here. There are 3 Trina Lilies on a tree right here. I would say pick these up, just why not? More Trina Lilies is always good. Get this grace, and then you're gonna go 1 point off of east. I like to go behind this ruin because there's a deathbird that spawns in front of it, since it is nighttime, but yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal if you do aggro him. He will de-aggro, he's not gonna hit you. Head to this gazebo and you're gonna talk to Raya. Just finish her dialogue and then go back to Boil Prawn Shack. And buy the necklace. And then go back to Raya. And as soon as she hands you like the invitation to Volcano Manor, you can just leave the gazebo and cancel her dialogue. If you have the invitation, she's going to move. Like, you don't need to finish her dialogue entirely. Yeah, you get it, and then you just walk out and she stops talking to you. Head back to Dectus. We're going to Altus Plateau now. You want to grab the first grace in Altus Plateau and then go back to Raya and go to Volcano Manor. So yeah, Raya's right over there. You just saw her briefly. Yeah, first you want to get this grace and then go back and talk to her. Go talk to Tanith, join Volcano Manor. As long as you've killed Bernal by this point, you'll be fine. Get the grace and go back to Roundhold. and you're gonna buy Assassin's Gambit and no skill. You don't really need to buy no skill, but it is really nice to just put on the torch. And then you're gonna put Gambit on the dagger and no skill on the torch, and then I put Bloodhound Step on the spear here also. It just makes it a bit easier to get through the lava in Volcano Manor. Before we actually go into the manor, I go out the main exit, and you want to use Assassin's Gambit right after you exit the doors. There's the giant here, obviously, but there's also some of these marionette soldiers hanging up, and you just want to avoid them. This pathing isn't super particular, but just stay to the left of the giant, and stay to the right of this little like pile of bodies here, I guess. And there is a marionette on top of this pole, I believe, so I just stay to the left of this as well. Again, it's not like super precise pathing, but you know, I think you can kind of see like a trail through here, right? Like avoid these guys, avoid the troll, and avoid this tower. And then yeah, you just keep going northwest. There is this really big rock right here, and in front of you there's also this like a patrolling beetle. He's not actually patrolling, but it's this really big invisible beetle over here. But yeah, right after this massive rock here, hop off, use Assassin's Gambit again, and then drop down. And then just keep hopping down. Stay more to the right once you get on this platform. You don't need to go all the way around or anything, but just stay more to the right, because on this one, you can see, I meant to pause right there, whoops. You can see there's some creepy crawlies hanging out up here. So you just want to stay to the right to avoid those. And there's also the big hand on the right, but again, you have Assassin's Gambit, so they're not going to see you. I jump off again at around the time I get to the Grace. You don't really need this Grace, but if you want it, go for it. And I recast Gambit again. You just head across. Stay on the cliff edge here. There's an enemy in this camp over here. Yeah, stay, and then again, yeah, you're gonna cut across here to the left wall once you get it around the camp. And this is just to avoid the tree spirit that spawns. There's another lily up here. This tree spirit, if you're on this left wall, you don't need to worry about him. His vision range is not all that fantastic, so if your Assassin's Gambit wears off, you don't need to panic. Just stay on the wall and you'll be okay. Once I get to this item, I go ahead and recast Gambit. And the way I do this is maybe a little bit scary. I just walk on this railing here. I'm pretty sure if you go on the right side, you don't need to be on the railing, because this marionette specifically is positioned slightly more on the left side. So if this scares you a lot, you can just go on the right side and you should be fine. And then yeah, you want to jump off of here. And this is your second stone sword key you're going to pick up. It is on your direct path. You should always get this one. This is a very, very simple one to grab. So please grab this stone sword key. Little quick mention about the dogs in this area. Yes, you do have the beast repellent torch, so he will not aggro you. However, if he walks in the fire, he will be in combat with you and he will attack you. So I do like to have Assassin's Gambit up here. It should last from when you previously cast it, but just know that if he attacks you, it's not really your fault. It's just very unlucky. I've only ever seen it one time in my life, and it wasn't even me, it was someone else. So you don't really need to worry about it, but just be aware that that is something that can happen. You're going to get dismounted here because of an invasion, and then you're going to sprint back up the ladder, or back up the bridge. Recast once they go back to their world. You just run out of their aggro range or whatever, and then you come in this shack and you pick up Golden Vow. I guess I kind of forgot what I was supposed to do here, but you want to go back to Volcano Manor. And this time, you're going to go through the manor so we can get the Somber 5 and the Somber 6 in here. This wall is fake. You still want the Beast Torch out because these slugs will not aggro you if you have the Beast Torch. That Bloodhound Knight will also never aggro you if you just don't walk right next to him. You do want to get this Grace though. This is a really important grace to get. And yeah, you're going to use Gambit right here and then head across to this building. Once you get to like about these barrels, the end of the barrels and the start of the pile of bodies, I guess, you want to crouch and just walk off the building and then walk down again. And in this room, you'll find the Erd Tree seal. This is the main seal we use on this run. It's has one of the best scalings in the game, so it's very, very good. Then you're gonna go west. You're gonna drop onto this first roof here, and then you're gonna hop onto the second one. And once you get to the chimney back here, you're just gonna fall down. This jump is a little bit trickier than you would think. This item is also a stone sword key, so I would recommend grabbing this one as your second one. But honestly, the Stormhill Shack one is on your path and it's a lot easier, and that way if you miss this jump, it's not a big deal. But yeah, stone sword key, jump off, head south, use Bloodhound Step to jump across this lava a bit easier. Jump across these snails. Be a little careful because I have lagged here before and lost a run because I lagged and got hit to the snail. But it's only happened like once, so just don't really worry about it. You're gonna go around this building and up to the top, and this item is your 6. Then you head back. I like to stay on this back side of the building without crossing the seam in the middle, because you can't really see it from any perspective, I think, but there is an enemy basically on the opposite side of this item, but he doesn't aggro you if you don't cross this seam in the middle. So yeah, just stay on this left side and you'll be fine. Go back, head up these stairs. Just make sure this snake is pathing away from this elevator, and then you just head up. And then you're gonna go to the right once you get up here, and you're gonna pick up this item. This is a Somber 5. And then you don't need a bow for this, but I just show it because it's easier to aim with the bow. Once you get to this like little brazier and this pile of broken barrels here, you're gonna stop, use Assassin's Gambit, and then aim at this little pillar, and you're gonna throw a kukri. And then yeah, you just sprint past this guy and unlock the shortcut. Really, really simple, but it can definitely feel a bit scarier, but like again, I've never been hit by this guy. This is very consistent strat here, so you don't really need to worry about it. Head back to Altus Plateau. And see, this is what I'm talking about, where you front load the setup. When you're doing a faith build like this one in particular, you have to get a lot of items. So we need to go get Faith Tier, we need to go get Fire Scorpion Charm, we need to go get our Somber, like 1 through 9 pretty much, but the main one is the 7. You have to do Millicent's questline for Pest Threads. There's a lot you really need to go take care of at the start here, so setup is pretty long on this run, but once you finish your setup, you just kill every single boss. You don't stop again. So yeah, we're going to get Fire Scorpion Charm right now. You head head about north, just to avoid some of these demi-humans here, and stay on the right side of this cliff. Once you get to this tower up here, you drop down and then you, oh my god, the lag. Yeah, once you get to this tower, there's like this lower little platform you can get to, and you just hop down. And lag, I guess. And yeah, go ahead and grab this grace. And then I think I rest here and make it nighttime again just to make sure it's still nighttime. Again, you do want it to be nighttime during a lot of these running sections since it does reduce enemies' vision range. You're gonna head up here. Cast Assassin's Gambit. I always do it right here. I don't really know how to explain this. There's just like a pile of rocks right here you can use. And it's like, I just do it right before this jump. This is not super precise, but yeah, just make sure you do it before you go up to the top. Otherwise the Mariner will see you. And yeah, I cut up here to this second wall right here. And you just follow this path. You want to stay on the right here. You're probably going to get aggroed by some skeletons. It's not a big deal. But yeah, you don't really want to go too much further left, okay? That's my point. You just stay on this right wall here and then you'll be fine. So I'll show it again. Yeah, head towards this. You don't go all the way here, but I guess you could if you wanted to. But yeah, it's kind of this, between these two, there's one in the middle, and that's where you want to be. So you go here, and you jump up, follow this wall, and you jump up again and follow this wall. Your game will probably lag some, of course. I hope not, but yeah, you're gonna hop down, and then you're pretty much in the clear at this point. Heading through this river, there are some explosions. These explosions count as environmental damage. They are not a hit, but they will probably kill you, so don't get hit by them. They do a lot of damage, so if it hits Torrent and kills Torrent, it's okay, as long as your character doesn't die, but if your character dies, that does count as a hit. So just make sure you try and avoid them. I cast Assassin's Gambit. You can see this cave up here, and there's like a big pillar right before this section. I usually stop here to cast Gambit again. Just because there's these zombies everywhere. These guys are not really a danger, I mean, don't run right in front of them and you're gonna be just fine. You just keep following the river. This is a golden rune here I pick up. You don't really need it, but I mean, it's on your way, so may as well. I grab this grace. I recast Assassin's Gambit, and you head up here, go west. And when you get on top of this, you're gonna want to kind of stay on this little edge right here, and head up the middle. Like, there's this enemy here, don't go near them. And this section might seem really scary with all of these enemies here, but like, you have Assassin's Gambit, and it is nighttime. Assassin's Gambit is very, very good. It makes you silent, first of all, so these enemies cannot hear you, but it also makes you invisible. It's not 100% invisible, but it is very good stealth. They will not see you. It is very, very unlikely. Like, I've never been hit here, so you really don't have to worry about this stuff too much. But just don't do anything stupid like running right next to the enemies. Like, even this guy's not gonna see you, right? I recast here. I go behind this second tent, and you can kind of see through it a little bit. It's a little bit tricky, but you can kind of see through it. Once this prelate gets to about the same spot I'm at, I recast Gambit, and then you're gonna head through this door up here and go get Fire Scorpion Charm. And then we're kind of finishing our setup here, so you go back to first step side of Grace, and you're gonna go backwards to get to Weeping. The way I like to do it, there's this pillar right here, which has like a little ledge at the bottom. You can just jump onto, and then hop down. And from here, I like to cut across to the lake a little bit. There are some bats here, just don't go near them. Like, they're really not gonna see you. And once I get to the water-ish, I just head through under where Yura is, going southeast. There is like a little, you kind of saw it for a second there, but there's a little village of enemies over here that are fighting. Just stay to the right of them. I definitely think it's possible to get hit by a stray arrow, but I have never seen it before. I really don't think it can happen, but I've got to assume it's possible. But yeah, just don't worry about them. Just stay to the right. You'll be fine. Yeah, you don't want to go all the way to the bottom yet. That takes you too far down. You just want to stay on that top cliff, and then you stay on this one. And once you get to just before this like big pillar right here, you're gonna hop down. It's really hard to show where this is. I usually just use this tree as a marker, and I've run this section so many times I just know what it feels like, which is something you're gonna have to get used to. And there's 3 Trina Lilies here. 3 Trina Lilies, and then you jump across to Weeping. This is a very, very easy skip. Just don't panic and double jump immediately, and you'll make it. Just space out your jump a little bit like I did right there. Jump, and then wait, and then jump. If you jump twice instantly, you're probably gonna miss it. So yeah, just don't do that. And then follow the cliff edge going right, and you can pick up the Faith crystal tier here. You can kill those flowers if you want to. I've never been hit by them, but if it makes you nervous, you can use Frenzy Burst to kill them. And yeah, you're gonna head back along the path you just took. You don't have to stay right on the cliff edge if you don't want to. But yeah, once you get to these demi-humans, there's like this other little cliff kind of thing here, this little hill. Head across going about southeast. And yeah, there's this little hill going up here. And if you keep heading southeast, there's going to be a grace. You can grab this grace if you want to. I don't think I do. You really don't need it. Yeah, just keep going this way. And what you're doing is you're going to this nomadic merchant up here. I think I might grab this grace here. You don't really need it, but you can grab it if you want. If you want to go buy some more kukris or something, just in case you run out. But yeah, go up here. And you're getting this memory stone. This is the last one we grab. We get 3 extra spells. Pretty much. I guess it's technically 4. But yeah, you need a spell slot for each of them. First 2 turtles are really obvious. The third one is hiding in this pond over here. Yeah, then you head up and get your final memory stone. At this point, your setup is mostly complete. Kind of depends on what you count as completed and what you don't count as completed. But yeah, the last thing, and I highly, highly recommend this, is we're gonna go get the Golden Order seal. This seal requires 17 faith and 17 intelligence to wield. And on this run, we pretty much only level faith and mind. We don't ever get intelligence, so we can't wield the seal. And this was important because if you use it for incantations, you're not going to do any damage since you can't actually use the seal. But if you use it to cast Howl of Shabriri, your madness buildup will be basically nothing. And that's the important part. So I really highly, highly recommend you grab this seal just for that. And that way, when you cast Howl, you won't get this insane madness buildup that might proc madness on you. If you do proc madness on yourself, it does not count as a hit. It's technically self-damage. It's like if you cast Bloody Slash or Seppuku or something, or Assassin's Gambit doing damage, it's self-inflicted damage, so it's fine. But you really want to avoid the madness proc if you can. And you need to eventually go this way at some point, so you may as well just grab it. It's a little bit out of the way, but it's not really that bad. So yeah, I highly, highly recommend this seal. It is technically optional, but I really, really recommend you grab this. And yeah, I actually, you know what? I don't think I have an example of this. But if I go into my Elden Ring game here, I can just go ahead and show this. So if you cast Howl with the seal, you can't move. That's your madness buildup. It's very, very small, right? If you cast it with the seal you can wield, it's going to be much higher, right? Like you see how much more that builds up. So that's kind of the reason we get the seal, because even at this point in the game, I can't use this thing because I don't have the intelligence. So just grab the seal and use it, and it'll make your life a lot easier, I promise. Yeah, going back, that's the main reason you grab it, is just to prevent that madness buildup. There's a couple ways you can do this. This is the way I prefer to do it. I go around the right side here, and you kind of stay along this wall. And this is a really hard spot to explain, but if you miss this, you can go all the way to the back, at the very top and cut across. But I like to go here because you aggro both tree sentinels, which actually does make a difference. So if you look here, I am cutting across. I aggro both of them. I have never seen either one of them chase all the way to the grace when both of them are aggroed, which is why I go and aggro both of them. Because yeah, I mean, I'd probably turn around here and get the grace. You can see they're both over here. They're not chasing you. And I guess this is another thing I may as well show. So I think it's important to kind of talk about. Yes, my graces. This was a testing playthrough most likely. So yeah, you wouldn't usually get this grace, I don't think. And obviously this is a little different during the daytime than versus the nighttime. But yeah, you're just gonna come across here. Yeah, the ballistic guy shot at me, but he can't really turn, so it's not a big deal. But just stay on this left wall here. You can take a slightly wider path than I did if you don't want the aggro. But yeah, you're gonna stay on the left wall here. And then it's just before the Falling Star Beast. Like you can kind of see that purple glow. It's like, okay, well right here is where you want to cut across. And this is where I cut across in that video I made. But if you miss it or you forget or whatever, and you keep going all the way up, that's totally fine. You can go all the way up to the top here. And you can cut across right here instead. Doing this, you're gonna aggro this guy. He's still, like, they always do that opener swing, so you don't really need to worry about him hitting you on that. But if you only aggro one, see how he's still chasing me? I was going a little bit slow there, but see how he's still chasing me? Like, he can definitely hit you on the grace. So that's why I prefer to aggro 2 instead of 1. But if you do forget, it is okay. Just be aware and maybe go a little bit further past the grace before you actually get it, just so that he'll despawn and go away. And then that way you're really reducing your risk of being hit. So yeah. Yeah, just head up here, cut across early. If you do it late, it's okay. Just be cautious to that tree sentinel. Because yeah, you'll even see it here. They have this opening animation. Right? They both do that. There's no hit on that, so just run through them. It's fine. And then you head up pretty much southeast. I like to stay on the right side here of the path. There's usually enemies on the path. Yeah, like you can see right here. This is an enemy patrolling on the trail, so I just stay on the right. And you're heading up to this church to pick up the seal that I have for the casting your buffs, pretty much. And then we're gonna go back to South Raya Lucaria Gate once again. And you're gonna head down. You're gonna cut across left and jump off again. Make sure you run all the way to the fence again. See, I took some fall damage, but you're not gonna die. And you're gonna want to head to this gazebo. I guess I didn't really explain this, but yeah, pretty much just jump down somewhere and you're gonna head out northeast, I guess. And then once you pass this building, you're gonna go more east to get to this gazebo. And this gazebo has a teleporter that takes you to EG. If you want to, you can take this teleporter a lot earlier and go all the way around to get to Altus, but the problem with that is the Loretta arrows that fall on you are inconsistent based on your FPS, and you also miss out on the Kukri pickup, which you can just buy some later, but I mean, I don't prefer doing that, so. And yeah, when you come to EG, you need I think it's 15,000 to buy all of these stones. And upgrading the seal is very, very cheap. And you should have this money here since you killed O'Neill and Bernal and everything. And go ahead and upgrade to +6. And then rest here. You can upgrade your flasks. I like to do 2 red flasks, I think. I don't remember how I did it, but usually I do 2. So yeah, 2 and 6 here. As far as spell order goes, I do Golden Vow and Howl first, always. And for this particular build, to make it easier for some of the late game bosses, I did Frenzied Burst, Pest Threads, and then Catch Flame. Obviously, I don't have Pest Threads here, so I just do Catch Flame. And then in your Physic, just go ahead and put your Faith tier in, and then make it nighttime once more. The reason you need to put the faith tier in is because the seal costs 40 faith to use. And if you remember, after the Knight's Cavalry, we only got 30, but the physic gives a 10 faith boost with the faith tier for 3 minutes. So you have plenty of time to kill any boss you would need with that in your physic. You're going to head back to Third Church America. And this time, instead of taking the teleporter, you're going to go around this hill. You're going to go up. You're going to take these spirit springs and get into Caelid. On the second one, though, there's a Trina Lily right before it, but you want to make sure you're basically touching this wall when you jump, and then you can just jump straight onto the cliff up here, and you don't need to worry about the third one. It's just a little bit of a time save there. Make sure you go ahead and equip your Fire Scorpion Charm as well. I believe it's 12.5% bonus damage, which is pretty nice. It is the highest source of damage bonus you're getting for fire on this run. Once you cross this fence right here, go ahead and cast Assassin's Gambit, and then you're basically going to run over to this Erd Tree. There's like a little statue somewhere. That's pretty much where you're going. Yeah, right here. It's kind of hard to see because it's dark, but yeah, right before this statue, you see, like, I kind of go, I go a bit left here. There's a little platform right here that I stand on. It kind of dips down just a little bit. This is where you're going to want to stand. And yeah, you're going to sit here. And let's talk about buff order for a second, okay? This is important. It's not super important for most runs because the fights are going to be so fast it won't matter, but there are different types of buffs in Elden Ring. Usually, almost always, you want to drink your physic first. Sometimes you put something in your physic tier that lasts for maybe 15 or 30 seconds, and then you want to do it last. But in this case, our physic tiers this entire run last for 3 minutes, so you always do your physic very first thing. You want to do your longest buffs first, and your shortest buffs last. Obviously, that way you get the most value out of all of them. Golden Vow, I believe, lasts for 80 seconds, I think. But it is definitely your longest buff, so you want to cast Golden Vow first. And it's also your body buff, so you can't stack buffs of the same type. And maybe I'm getting too detailed with this, but basically your buff order is always going to be Physic, Golden Vow, Howl. And the reason is, Physic is a unique buff, so it doesn't stack with anything. Golden Vow is a body buff, and Howl of Shabriri... Or sorry, Golden Vow is your aura buff, and Howl is your body buff. And those all stack with each other. If you tried to do Howl and then use Exalted Flesh, you would not get the damage bonus from Howl because Howl and Exalted Flesh are both a body bonus. So they would cancel, like the second one you use cancels the first one. So that's why I also skipped the Exalted Flesh earlier in the run. But yeah, anyway, you're going to buff here. Physic, Golden Vow, Howl. Drink your blue, and then just use Frenzy Burst on this guy. It kind of depends on what he does, but you pretty much always do 2 charged ones. And if he starts casting Golden Lands, the attack where there's like all the yellow magic projectiles, you just want to crouch back a little bit and hide behind the cliff so it doesn't hit you. In a case like this where he just walks, I do 2 fully charged ones and then a tap one. You can. I guess I didn't, but you totally can. And then, yeah, you just back up a little bit and wait for him. And once the health bar disappears, I buff again. Walk back up to the cliff edge. He kind of walked in a weird path this time, so I just popped a rune and waited. I guess I rebuffed here also. You don't really need to. This guy's so weak to fire, it probably doesn't matter, but... yeah, I just went ahead and rebuffed. Why not? And once he walks back some more, do charge and then a tap and he'll die. Something to note about this cliff. You don't need to be worried about falling off when you're using Frenzy Burst. This happens in certain cases when you would fall to your death. It doesn't let you attack off of the cliff. So if you walk off or roll off, you can definitely fall and die. But if you're casting Frenzy Burst or like swinging your dagger or something, it's not going to actually let you fall off the cliff. This is also true for cases like the invisible bridge and mountaintops. You can't actually attack going off. So if you're just standing there attacking at the edge, you can't fall off. I guess I can show that too, just to prove I'm not crazy. It is really cool, actually. I think it's a really cool feature that they have in the game. But yeah, if you... I'm not going to go to that same spot because it's a bit further. This is not so good. Maybe I will go to that spot then. So I don't have all the graces apparently in mountaintops. Or all of the maps. So yeah, going from a slightly different way here, but same idea. You know, Assassin's Gambit, run over there. Yeah, see, there's the statue. And it's just slightly off to the statue, just right here. If you need a reference. I've obviously already killed this guy, but yeah, see, you're not going to be able to fall off here. See, game, like, I could totally just walk off here, but if you're attacking, the game doesn't let you fall off. So yeah, you don't really need to worry about stuff like that when you're killing this guy. Yeah, you just wait. He dies. He gives you the fire tier, which is obviously really good for Catch Flame and Frenzy Burst. Head back to Erdtree Gazing Hill, and this is where we do Millicent's questline. This running section is really not too bad. A lot of people hate Shaded Castle, but it's really not so bad. Yeah, hop down, stay on the left wall here. You don't need Assassin's Gambit for this first little bit. There's not really any enemies here, but once you get to this big pillar here is when I stop and cast it. And you're gonna see this guy running across. Just make sure you don't walk in front of him. Take a little wide path there so that troll doesn't see you. I've only ever had that troll aggro me once, and I was actually going into that dungeon, so it's a bit different. So yeah, just it's really not that bad. Once you get here, drink your physic so you can use your seal. You're gonna kill these 4 slugs here. You don't need to fully charge Frenzy Burst. If you just do a tap cast, it'll kill them. Something actually important here though, in this little section here, there are some zombies at the top. I really highly recommend you throw a kukri on this side somewhere, just like on this left side, so that they'll be looking over here instead. I have not had it happen where I've been hit by one yet, but you're going to jump in right here. So if they're looking over here, you're going to be a lot safer, right? So what I would do is throw a kukri and then use Assassin's Gambit, but I didn't do that. I just used Gambit here and then went straight for this. Jump up here, see zombies all looking at me. Definitely you should throw a kukri over there. Drop down here. Go across. The basilisks will not aggro you, but even if they do, you have the beast torch, so you're fine. This enemy is really goofy, so just use Assassin's Gambit right before this guy, and then run behind him and jump over him, and then climb the ladder. I don't know why. Obviously he can't hear you, but he just doesn't see you. His vision, it must be just horrible. When you get to the top of the ladder, use Gambit again, and then you're gonna run on this right path here. And you're going to run on this top part here as well. There's a zombie here. And then there's also a zombie right behind this wall here. So yeah, just stay on this top path and jump off. Hop down, go on these rooftops. You're going to head up here and get this rune if you want it. And then, yep, brace right here. I would recommend you rest here. And I think this is really important to note. I didn't even think about this on this run at all until just now, but it's currently raining. You can see the rain a little bit, and what happens when it rains is enemies take more damage from lightning sources and less damage from fire, and our damage is fire, which is a little bit concerning. So make sure if it's raining here, these zombies will take 3 hits, not 2. I did not know this. I learned it on this run here. It kind of scared the crap out of me, but yeah, it's fine. So yeah, follow that wall, just walk on top, and I like to come to this corner over here, drink your physic, use Assassin's Gambit, and then drop down. This guy's gonna push out. This is an event attack. There's nothing you can do to avoid this attack happening. Just don't worry about it. Just use Catch Flame. Just wait for the attack and then use Catch Flame. Oh shoot, I accidentally backed up a bit too far. Or went forwards too far, I apologize. Yeah, so... yeah, Physic, Gambit, hop down, wait. See, he is still alive here. It takes 3 hits when it's raining. Just be very aware of this. It's fine for it to take 3 hits. It's still safe, but just make sure you know if it's raining or not. It's very, very important. So you can also just rest and fast travel back over and over until it stops raining. Do whatever you want to do. Just, it's fine if it takes 3 hits, just be aware of it. For this next guy, this is another scripted attack. The way you want to deal with this one is just sprint across this ledge here. And he's going to attack, it's going to miss you, and then you turn around and kill him. See? Really, really simple. Run across, breathe. Or 2 if it's not raining. I was a little confused. I didn't know why I wasn't doing damage until I realized it wasn't raining. And yeah, cast Gambit, and you just sneak around this Clean Run Knight. Clean Run Knights have very, very bad vision, so this one's pretty simple. And you're gonna pick up this arm here. Then you go back to Heart of Aeonia. This is where we finish up Millicent's questline. So you're going to use Assassin's Gambit and go east. And you're just gonna you're heading up. You're following this wall pretty much, and you're heading up to Gowry because you have to talk to him a bunch for this questline. So yeah, just jump up these rocks, talk to him. This questline is pretty boring in my opinion, so just make sure you know how to do it. Pretty much, just talk to him until you give him the needle. Fast travel back to reset him. Gambit, head east, follow the cliff, talk to him again. And this time he will give you the fixed needle, and you go and give it to Millicent. Then you go and give Millicent the arm. Or I guess you talk to her in the shack first, and then you give her the arm. So, okay, here's the needle. Finish dialogue. Go give the needle to Millicent.
Well, my flesh ready to cut. Here to quell, but never mind. I would rather. Would you mind? Well,
I need to rest here so you can have her progress. Talk to her again.
everything, even the nightmare. Not that I could ever.
Exhaust all of her dialogue here.
With the needle, my destiny is all thanks. My name is Millicent.
You're going back to Heart of Aeonia. You're going back to Gowry's shack. She's going to be there this time. Talk to Millicent. Exhaust her dialogue. She talks about going on an adventure or something. And go back to Erdtree Grazing Hill. And you give her the arm. This is very important. Make sure you give her the arm before you kill her. Otherwise you will break the questline and you cannot get pest threads anymore. So yeah, give her the arm and then kill her. I think I fully buffed for this. You probably don't need to be honest, but you know, doesn't hurt. To aim at her. This, again, it's raining here, but usually this only takes 2 frenzy bursts, but the fire damage is lower, so you gotta do 3. Go back again to Gowry's shack, and this time you're just gonna kill Gowry. He will give you his bell bearing and the Phlox Canvas Talisman, I think is what it's called. But it's an 8% boost to incantations. And you do not need to be able to wield your seal to kill him. He probably has like 10 HP. So yeah, just blast him. And then head to Erdtree Gazing Hill. I like to do all of this stuff and make one last big trip to Roundhold. Yeah, use Assassin's Gambit, head up. There's a little jump you can do here. Um, it's not too difficult. This one's really straightforward. You just jump up here. If you can't or don't want to do that, you can go from the Altus Plateau Grace. I guess I can show this. It's pretty straightforward. I think it's just faster from that way, so I prefer taking that path if I can. But yeah, if you don't want to, you can go from Altus Plateau. You probably don't need to use stealth here. Especially if it's nighttime. Yeah, you're gonna want to go this way. I like to go left around this cart. I think there is an enemy hiding in here. Just be aware of that. But again, it's a demi-human. He's just gonna scream first, and he's not gonna hit you. Yeah, you can head up here. Jump up on this little rock right here. And you'll end up here through this crack. And then this is where the boss is. You would pop out like right here if you're doing this skip. Another thing about that skip, this guy right here has an event attack. So whenever you jump up here, yeah, he's gonna do an attack. He's not gonna see you when he does it, but yeah, just be aware of that. Okay, and then yeah, you'll come down here and you'll buff and kill. I don't think those guys can actually follow you down here, so you don't really need to worry about him too much. But just be aware, you'll probably hear him attack. Might be a little bit of a jump scare, but there's really nothing to worry about. So yeah, head down here. I think also, just as a little note, when I rested in the shaded castle before getting the arm, I put the fire tier in the physic. You do want the fire tier in the physic by this point. It's a big boost in your damage, so make sure you put it in. And yeah, you're gonna buff physic, Golden Vow, Howl, refill your FP, and go kill Gillica. It only takes a couple catch flames. Obviously our damage is very high, so it doesn't really matter. This kill is really, really safe. She's going to do a roar first every single time, and then after that, if you've met a certain damage threshold, she's going to throw her staff, which you should have met that threshold, and you should never see her throw her staff, honestly. And then one last thing before we get around, hold to go to gate front. You're going to head pretty much east this whole time. You're heading to Patches so we can get Margit's Shackle. Just makes Margit and Morgott much easier. Okay, head down here, drop down. One thing to note about the invader here, just keep running until you get invaded. You'll get dismounted. I walk backwards here for a couple of steps. I did it way more than you need to, but if you immediately start sprinting backwards, there's a very small chance that you will exit the range, like the aggro range of the invader too quickly, and he will just never leave, and he will chase you around Limgrave. Luckily, you have a build that actually probably can kill him. So if that were to happen, you can just drink your physic and use Frenzy Burst, and you will probably be perfectly fine, to be honest, because we have very good damage at this point, and Frenzy Burst is very, very good against NPCs. But to avoid that happening, you just take a couple steps back, like just take like 5 steps back and then start sprinting. In this way, you won't leave the range too soon, and he won't stay in your world. And yeah, just run down the river and head into the cave on the right. This cave is really, really easy. I don't know if I used Assassin's Gambit here. You don't need to, but you can if you want to. It's not necessary. Once you get past... Oh my gosh, I keep skipping ahead too far. I'm really sorry. So yeah, once you get past this little tower, I don't know what this is called, but it's a PvE, PvP thing. Once you get past that, there's going to be this little drop down. Once you drop down, just start crouching and stay on this right wall, and you'll notice there's a little indent, I guess you could say. There's this section back here. This is the first one. Don't go down here. This is not where you want to be. keep going until you get to the second one right here. This is where you want to be. Skip the first little back entrance, go to the second one. You can use Gambit in here if you want to. You really, really don't need to though. And for patches, once you open this chest, it triggers him. So what you want to do is do Physic, Golden Vow first. So Physic, Golden Vow, then you open the chest, cast Howl, and then you're going to refill your FP and walk to the back of the room here. And then once Patches starts falling down, you can just start casting. It doesn't really matter, just make sure you don't do it too early. But Frenzy Burst pierces through shields, so you are going to get him past the threshold in one hit. It doesn't matter if he's blocking or not, so you don't have to worry. Just make sure you don't do it too early. And then walk up, catch flame, he dies. Bell bearing. And then go back to round hold. This is the, I guess, second to last trip because we need to upgrade to +9, but this is the last big trip to round hold. Give both of these bell bearings, go to Gallery and buy pest threads, and then for patches you want to buy the 3 foul feet and Margit's shackle. And then we're heading to Saints Bridge. We're going to kill the golem. The way the talismans work for this run, pretty much, the reason I did it in this order is because you want to, this has pretty much all been building up to killing Godskin Noble, because you get a Somber 7 once you kill Noble, and that will allow you to get your +9. And the reason I do it in this order is because fire is not very good against the golem because he's in water, so he takes less damage. So you need pest threads to kill him, and on top of that, pest threads does physical damage, so Ritual Sword is better. Ritual Sword is 10% damage, and the Flux Canvas Talisman is only 8% damage. We do use Fire Scorpion a lot though, it's very good. We also use Ritual Sword a lot, so we got 2 of our talismans out of the way, and we need Ritual Sword to kill the golem. The Flux Canvas Talisman boosts all of our incantation damage by 8%, so it's really solid. It's one of the ones we throw on once we get our 3rd pouch. And Blue Dancer Charm boosts physical damage by however much percent based on your weight load. So what we do later is we take off all of our armor, and our seals weigh nothing, so our weight is at pretty dang low, and we get a big increase in damage. And since Pest Threads is fully physical damage, we get a massive increase on that from Blue Dancer Charm. So pretty much everything we've done so far is building up to being able to kill Godskin Noble really easily. And this is the last step in that. We already have the Sleep Pots, we already have Ritual Sword to kill the Golem, we already have Pest Threads. So this is really the last step in that process, is just getting Blue Dancer Charm so we can kill him. So yeah, you do Frenzy Burst, Pest Threads, Catch Flame as your spell slots, leave Golden Vow and Howl as your first 2. You're going to jump down here. I would advise using Gambit before you jump down, just in case that land octopus sees you. And I kind of like to cut around underneath the bridge a little bit, just to avoid him. And you're going to head into this cave. A lot of people think this cave is really scary. Honestly, I don't think it's too bad. You're just going to come in here, drop down. You can do the exact same drop downs as me. A lot of people like to drop down on every single ledge, but that's really not necessary. You can do this first one and then go straight down. And then on this one, if you want to drop down on every single one in this, like, that's fine. It's just really slow. I do this first one and then I go across to this next big platform. And then you skip this one on the side and you just walk off towards this pillar and you land here. And then walk off into this pillar and you land at the bottom. For this part, you have Beast Repellent Torch, so you don't need to worry about the dogs. This Gambit cast is totally unnecessary. I just like doing it. There is a dog here. This one has a scripted attack, so once you walk past a certain point, he's gonna jump at you, and it will hit you if you walk into it. You can walk up and then walk back and trigger it and then go out of range of the attack and then walk past him because you still have the Beast Torch. What you can also do, even though you can't use the seal here, we have so much damage at this point that Frenzy Burst kills him still. So yeah, just do fully charged Frenzy Burst, he dies. This room stresses a lot of people out, I think. If you want, you can drink your Physic and kill all of the bats in here. I really don't remember how many there are because I don't kill them usually. But if it really makes you feel better to do that, feel free to just go ham on these guys and kill them all. I don't think you actually need your physic, but you can drink it just to be safe. You'll have plenty of time on it. What I do without killing any bats, walk over to the end of this ledge right here, cast Assassin's Gambit. I'm actually going to slow this down also. Drop down, and then this is where I go from, okay? This, I don't really know how to explain this, but after dropping down, there's immediately on your right, there's this little circular rock, okay? This one. Like immediately dropping down, there's this circular rock. And I'd like to sprint off of where this crack is. So just kind of going in a straight line here with this crack. What you can also do is peer over the edge and look at the pillar. Because the way this works is there's a pillar right here, and you land on top of it. So you can look at the pillar and line yourself up first. You can maybe do an extra gambit cast before you jump off just to make sure it's going to last the whole time. But yeah, you're going to land on that and then keep going. I will explain what I'm doing here though. I think this is important to make a note of. I'm opening the menu. Let me actually open my game for this. I think it'll make a bit more sense. It's called buffering your sprint, and it's pretty important to do here. So if you see, if I am walking and I hold B, like if I start holding B right now, it takes a second to kind of build up that sprint, right? So if I run and hold B, it takes a second of walking to build up the full sprint. But what you can do, which is called buffering your sprint, is you open your menu, and then to close your menu, you push B. And when you close it, you hold B. So I'm holding B right now, my menu's closed, and when I start moving, I'm going to be sprinting immediately. See how that works? This is what it looks like when you just run and hold B. Takes a second to build up that momentum, and then when you buffer it, you immediately start sprinting. And if you'll notice, that's what I did right here. Open my menu, close it, and then sprint, see? And that just makes sure that you're gonna get that full length on the sprint, because you want to be sprinting off of this. So yeah, hold B, sprint, and then yeah, you're gonna land on this perfectly, just fine. And then what I do is I just keep sprinting off, but if you don't let go of B, you will still be storing that sprint, okay? So basically what I'm doing, just without the platform, just do this, open your menu, hold B, and you're gonna sprint off, and then you're gonna land, and if you're still holding B, you can just run and jump, and then you're gonna fall down onto that second platform. Something else I think is a little bit important to make a note of right now, is when you're jumping, like if I just say I'm running, right? I'm jumping. See how my jumps get worse and worse and I get less distance in between them? If you block in between your jumps, that doesn't happen. So this is without blocking. First one is good, and then after that they slow down. And if you're blocking in between each jump, you get the full distance every time. See what I mean? You get that full distance on your jumps when you block in between. So a lot of times when I'm doing jumps, and you'll notice it in that video as well, I like to block just so I make sure I don't get one of those baby jumps. This also works for picking up items. I don't really have an example, but if you pick up an item, usually there's an animation for picking it up, but if you block when you pick up an item, that animation for picking it up gets canceled a bit early. So it's a bit faster when you're picking up items to block. So yeah, if you'll notice here, I cast Assassin's Gambit, and if you need to, you can kind of line up a little bit just to make sure you're going to be fine. Menu, hold B to buffer your sprint, and then you just run off. You'll land here, and see how I'm blocking to make sure I don't get this baby jump. And I usually like to jump off about where this little outcropping is, I guess. I did a little bit to the right, and I was a little close, but usually I jump off here. This bat is really never going to see you. Yeah, you're fine. Just jump off. See, it's a bit close, but it's fine. And yeah, you just head on this pillar and head into the boss. None of the bats are going to aggro you. If you feel better about killing some of them, be my guest. You are more than welcome to do that. It's definitely not necessary, though. For this, you are going to want to switch your talisman to Ritual Sword, and then you're going to buff up. So Golden Physic, Golden Vow, Howl, and then you're going to Gambit and refill your FP and your HP, okay? This is important because you need your FP to cast Pest Threads, but you need full HP to get the damage bonus from Ritual Sword. It boosts your damage when you have full health, so make sure you heal after you enter the boss room. And this kill, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like it, but I could not find anything else after tons and tons of testing. So the way this works, you go towards this flower patch, kinda next to his foot, and you're gonna stand right behind this flower right here. There's a stem that sticks out. It's not super obvious, but you should see it. Yeah, just stand right behind that. And then you're gonna lock onto his back foot. You're gonna do 4 pest threads, I believe. And then you're gonna lock onto his right foot and do the 5th one. He has several different attacks he can do here, but out of all of my testing, this one was very consistent. It definitely looks a little bit scary with his faster attacks, but yeah, lock onto his back foot, do 4 pest threads, and then lock onto his other leg and do your 5th one. And if it makes you feel better, after you cast this pest threads, you can roll. Because this is one of his slower attacks. He has one that looks similar to this, but it's faster. If it makes you feel better, you can roll, but you should always get the kill here. I tested this a lot. I'm not a fan of this kill, but it works. And there you go, there's your blue dancer charm. So now we're going back to Volcano Manor, go to Prison Town Church. And you might want to be taking some notes on this run too. There is a lot of information in here. A lot of scripts like that one that you might want to write down just to make sure you aren't going to forget about them. But yeah, what you're going to want to do is go ahead and take off everything except for your 2 seals. They don't weigh anything, so it's fine to leave them on. And then equip Blue Dancer Charm for your max physical damage. I did use a bow lineup here to make things a little bit more consistent with the sleep pot. But yeah, there's this... Going into this arena, I guess I opened my menu, but there's... I guess it's between the 2nd and the 3rd pew. There's this candle on the ground. This candle right here. So I line up with this candle. Physic. I always drink my physic here. I don't know why, I just do. And you're gonna aim right below this big part of the chandelier. Kind of just where this ring meets the middle, I guess. It's not 1,000,000% precise. Like this, you have a little bit of leniency here, but yeah, just about right here where this ring connects with this middle beam, I guess. What you're gonna do, throw a sleep pot and walk forwards. Okay. I unequipped the bow during this. You don't have to if you're nervous, that's fine. But yeah, you're gonna walk forwards and this should always sleep him as far as I know. Yeah, like it. And he might do fireball here. It's not guaranteed that he will or will not do a fireball. If he does a sidestep like he did here, he will always do a fireball. That is true. He will always do a sidestep before a fireball if you're doing the same setup as I am. And he should fall asleep before he does the fireball. So you don't need to worry about it hitting you, but as you can see, I rolled anyway, just as a precaution. And then stand a little bit away from him. You don't want to be right on top of him because Howl does have an AoE damage on it. But yeah, you're going to go ahead and cast Golden Vow on Howl. And then refill your FP. And you're going to stand right about where his belly is. And wait for your stamina to regen, okay? And then what you're going to do... I don't remember this script 100% if I'm being honest here, but I know it works really well. You're going to do 1 pest thread and then sleep and refill your FP. So 1 pest thread, sleep, refill your FP. He's going to start sleeping again before he even stands up. So it's very safe to just stand here. And then I think it's about the same time as your stamina fully regens, but once he starts his sleep animation again, you just start casting, okay? So yep, stamina's full, he starts sleeping again. I believe you do 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now he is significantly below his half health threshold. He's going to do his phase transition. So you do 4 pest threads and then you throw a sleep pot and back up. Back up, refill your FP once again, walk back into him, and then you're gonna just keep casting pest threads until he dies. I think it takes 5 maybe? He's also gonna stagger here at some point. Probably on this one. Okay, well, he would have staggered on that last one, so it's very safe to do that. This might look really, really scary, but this is a very, very simple kill. I tested it quite a few times. It works. You do need to have Blue Dancer though. If you have Ritual Sword, you'll be just short damage to kill him, and you won't have enough sleep pots. So yeah, 1, just right in front of his belly, and then sleep. Refill FP. Then once your stamina is full, do 4 more. And it's very important to do 4 here. So this is the 3rd one, I think. This is the 4th one. You'll notice I have enough FP to cast an extra 5th one here, but if you cast a 5th Pest Threads, he's going to stagger, and that kind of messes things up. So just do 4 here and then sleep pot, okay? And then you just want to back up, refill FP, walk back in, just about where his belly is. It doesn't have to be super precise, and then you just keep going until he dies. If you don't have damage to kill him on that last one, he should stagger and you can get 1 more, but he should always die there. I do like to rest here. Just reset the physic. I guess I didn't rest. Okay, sure. No, I did. So yeah, what you should do here actually is you should rest and level to 40 faith, I think. Because now you can actually wield your seal. And that way you don't have to worry about drinking your physic before you do everything, because I almost lost a run because I didn't do this a long time ago. So yeah, once you... I don't know why I cast Assassin's Gambit here. You really do not need it. Yeah, once you get to this point where you can jump off safely, just jump off. Go around the lava, across the bridge. Make sure you run a little bit away, because these guys do have a ranged attack. It won't ever hit you, but just make sure you're not standing like right here or something. Just make sure you go a little bit away. And you're just going to jump up these rocks here. Once you get to the top, I'm buffering my sprint again, and you can use Bloodhound Step to go up the lava. I jump across to the left first, and I hide behind this pillar. Then once I see this guy, I cast Assassin's Gambit again. And then you're just going to run around. Make sure you don't run in front of him there. Jump through the window. This is all pretty simple stuff here. Open this door. Once you take a step past this door frame, the snake right here behind my leg will aggro. But since you just opened the door, he won't. So what I like to do is line up my head 1 line above this big beam here. So there's this big beam, and then there's these 2 arches. I kind of line it up with this line on the arches. Assassin's Gambit, and then throw. And what this sleep pot does is it lands at this back wall. It's going to sleep this snake, and it's going to aggro the little dumpling guy inside. Which, to be honest, you don't really need to do. If you would like, you can line up your head with this thicker beam because it's easier to see. And it will only sleep the snake, it won't aggro the guy inside. But yeah, I usually do it this way. You don't have to. You can just sleep the snake, and then I go in here, see how he's over here. You can also hear him running in here when you do this. You just do 2 catch flames and he dies. But yeah, if you don't want to do that, you can line your head up with the thick beam and then throw the sleep pot. It will only sleep the snake, it won't aggro the guy inside, and you can just stay on this wall over here, and he won't see you. Especially when you have Assassin's Gambit active. For this part, this is one of the trickier running sections, I will say. It's really not too bad once you're used to it. So I would definitely say practice this one a little bit. But cast Assassin's Gambit at this pile of bodies. There's a snake that patrols here. Usually his pathing, he will be down at the bottom, so you don't have to worry about him. But I jump on this, and I jump across to this platform. Jump across here. This is another scripted attack, and the hitbox looks a lot bigger than it actually is. So if you see, like, it looks like this is the hitbox, but I don't even think this is really the hitbox. I think it's just a little special effect. And yeah, you just sprint behind him. If for some reason the snake has a bit of a different pathing, so let's say you kill this guy or you don't, either way, and you go and you cast Assassin's Gambit here, and this snake is walking through here and he's walking towards you, you need to sleep him. It's really one sleep pot. You can just free aim it. It's really not that bad. But yeah, he sleeps really easily, so you can just throw a sleep pot at him and sleep him if he's walking towards you. If he's walking away from you, then you can run this pathing that I do, or you can sleep him. And if you don't like the pathing I take here, if you think this parkour is a little bit too hard, what you can do is you can sleep the snake if he's pathing. And I would recommend that if you're doing this other way. But yeah, you'll sleep the snake and you'll run and jump over this little bench right here, over the fence. And you'll end up next to the staircase going down, and you can basically just run along the same wall that or along the same pathing, so. Trying to show where you'll end up. Yeah, you'll end up like right here. There's like a little square here. You'll end up like right here-ish. And what you can do is just run straight along this ledge. It is essentially the same thing. You just have to sleep that snake. But yeah, you'll just be running along this path instead. It's really not much different. I would say definitely experiment with it some, just to make sure you're familiar with either way that you decide to do. But either way, you should be perfectly good to go. Open these doors. You see me look over to the right. There is a snake pathing. You can see him right here. Make sure you see him over here somewhere. If you don't see him over here, he is likely over here. And you need to be aware of him. I think I've only ever had this happen one time. But yeah, just make sure you locate this guy before you run up here. Recast your gambit so he doesn't see you. And then yeah, you'll go up the stairs, go backwards. I'm sure a lot of you know where I'm headed with this, to go pick up the Somber 7. And in here, you are going to want to heal for this section. Dropping down on these boxes is not too bad, but if you miss the very last box, you'll take a little bit of fall damage. So I usually just heal just in case so I don't die. You are going to want to cast Assassin's Gambit again though, because there's that sorcerer on this ledge over here. And yeah, you can walk onto these boxes. I usually do. On this box though, I walk on this corner with this chain. You'll see me walk right off. Just walk and you'll land on the beam every time. And keep walking. And then for this one, I sprint off. I also do Assassin's Gambit again. It's not really needed, but yeah, sprint off. You'll land on this one if you sprint. If you aren't sprinting, you'll miss it a little bit. It's not a big deal. And then for this part, the way I like to do this, there's a couple ways you can do this. You can stay on this final cage and throw some sleep pots and sleep all the little dumpling guys. Or what I like to do, walk kind of close to this guy. You want them to see you and aggro, but you don't want them to be in hitting range of you. So you probably don't have to walk quite this close, but just make sure that he sees you. And they're going to aggro you, you know, like not a big deal. That's the goal. I go over to this corner. I recast Assassin's Gambit, I think. And then these guys they're stuck here. They're going to scream, which aggroes all of them. And they just walk over and they don't see you. That is the way I like to do it. If you don't want to do that, you can just throw some sleep pots and, oh, sorry. You can throw some sleep pots and sleep all of them. It's fine. You can do the way I did it. That's also fine. I'll go up these stairs, recast Gambit one more time. And then go around. And there's your Somber 7. Then we go back to Roundhill and we get our +9. And then this is where the boss rush begins.
took you no matter. Lay out your arm.
You really shouldn't have any runes left over if you've been using them really efficiently like I was on this run, but if you do have any money left over, you can just go ahead and sell it. Go ahead and rest at this grace, make it nighttime. You please do not use Assassin's Gambit right here. I do not know why I did it. Please do not do that. That was so bad. Do not do that. You're gonna head northwest along this wall up here. Once you get to the top, I'd like to use Assassin's Gambit again before I do this section. It's not really necessary, but once you get up here, you're gonna stay on this left cliff edge. I kind of did a bad job here, but yeah, you just run up there, stay on that left edge, you'll be fine. I guess if you are to use Assassin's Gambit on this section, use it on this rock. This is kind of the last rock you jump on. I just double jumped and skipped it, but I usually jump on this one and then use Assassin's Gambit and then jump up. But yeah, I didn't do that for whatever reason, so yeah, just head up here. Jump over this, unlike me, for whatever reason, and then yeah, just keep going around. There's a chance one of the archers will aggro you, but he should never be able to shoot you. And then yeah, just head up to Market. Re-equip your Fire Scorpion Charm. That is important. Don't, also, as a little side note, don't ever get this grace up here, okay? Do not ever get this grace. If one of the enemies behind you aggroes, the only way he will hit you is if you get this grace. So just always skip this grace. There really shouldn't be a reason to ever grab it, but yeah, just always skip it. It's not worth it. The Market script is very easy. You buff, so visit Golden Vow Howl, and then refill your FP, and you're gonna walk in and use Market's Shackle and just catch Flame until he dies. It's really simple. I can't actually tell if I locked on here or not. I think it's better to do this unlocked, just in case like him moving messes up your camera and you miss one. So yeah, just learn this unlocked. It's a bit more consistent, I think. But yeah, really simple kill. And then put on Ritual Sword. That's your next highest damaging talisman. And go ahead and equip the bow. We do need it for this Stormveil running section. Stormveil can be a little bit sketchy, and I kind of messed it up on this run. But I will point out my mistake and show you how to do better. So yeah, talk to Gostok, open the main gate. Walk in front of the gate, so you trigger it, and then go rest here, just so it opens faster. I will say, if you don't like this running section, it is optional to go around. You can do that. I do not have a good route for that with this Incantations route, but I will say it will be very simple. You have stealth and you have frenzied burst, so there's really not much you need to worry about on that path. But if you don't want to go around through the main gate, you can go around the back way. Just make sure you figure out a nice, consistent way to do that for yourself before we actually start doing attempts. Otherwise, you might lose a run there, and that will be frustrating. Yeah, cast Assassin's Gambit before you go here. I like to pick up that rune, even though it's completely irrelevant. And there's this tree right here. You want to crouch right before this tree. You can sprint all the way up to this tree, but then once you get to this tree right here, you want to crouch. And then once you get past this last tree, you can stand up. And we're going to go right through here. We're going to get the Limgrave Tower Bridge site of grace. I don't know if I do this here, but if you are interested, you can open the map or the menu when you're activating graces. I guess I didn't, but the way you do it is you stand sideways facing the Grace. I should probably show this too, because I do it several times during this run. And I think it is a helpful thing to point out. It is a bit trickier though, because I already have this Grace active, so it might not work so well, but what you want to do is, like, you would want to stand sideways right here and then activate the Grace. So let me go here, because I haven't unlocked this one yet, I don't think, technically. I don't know if this is gonna work, but yeah, essentially you stand sideways like this, and then you would push Y or whatever your activate Grace button is, and then you either open your inventory or your map, and then that way you can touch a Grace and then also fast travel or change things in your inventory. I can't really show it because I've already unlocked all of the Graces on this run, unfortunately, but yeah, that's how you would do it. I do it a couple times earlier in the run, so just use that as an example. You can slow it down and watch. But yeah, go ahead and rest here to reset the enemies. They really shouldn't have moved much, but just in case, I like to rest. And then cast Assassin's Gambit before you exit this doorway. And over here, there's a lily. And then there is a bush here. It is actually near impossible to see, but it's right here. You're going to want to stop here and cast Assassin's Gambit. Now, there are multiple ways to do this section. There's the way I'm going to show, which is the only way I show, but you can also, if you wanted to, you can kill the enemy on top of this hill. I never really look up, but you can kill this one, and then you can find a way to kill the ballista men if you would like. I'm not going to figure that out right now, but if you would like to do that, there is a safe way to do that. You will have to figure it out on your own. But it's really not too bad. So if this strategy scares you, then feel free to do that. This strategy is very, very consistent though. I messed it up a little bit here, but it's a very, very small fix. So yeah, stop at this bush, recast Assassin's Gambit, and you're going to aim behind this ballista guy. I usually go about 4 to 5 of these little, whatever these are, these little jagged spots. I go about 4 to 5 over, and then I aim up above the ballista, kind of towards the top of the line, and I throw a kukri. And then I aim over here at this wall, and I throw a kukri. And then I switch to my offhand seal so I can cast Assassin's Gambit once more. And you're going to run up, and you don't want to be running on this, or else you will get hit. And you don't want to be running too far to the right, or else the ballista behind you won't see you. So you kind of got to find a happy medium. And this is about where you want to be. You don't want to be too close to this, and you don't want to be way over here too far. So yeah, just about in the middle should be fine. And you're going to run up, and once you get to this tree, you're going to cut right. And you hear him shoot there, and it all gets blocked by the wall, okay? So that's why this works, is he sees you and he shoots into the wall. Once you hear him shoot, you're going to sprint over here towards the stairs. And this is where I messed up. I ran on the stairs, and this guy saw me, which was really bad. So you just want to make sure you go more left, and he won't see you. So yeah. See, he saw me right there. I didn't go far enough to the left, and he spotted me. So yeah, what I should have done is ran more on the wall, because this guy is kind of turning, which is a bit strange, so just make sure you take a better path. I pick up these kukris here, and then you need to turn around and kill this guy. Now, this is another mistake, kinda. If this guy were to aggro you, do not stop to cast Assassin's Gambit. You just need to sprint through here as fast as you can. I did try to roll here. My B button did not go off for some reason. My controller is dying, but I got very lucky that this didn't hit me. If this guy were to aggro you, do not cast Assassin's Gambit. Do not pass go. Just keep running. Just don't stop. Just run. And you're going to run up here, go to the right, jump on this little platform here so you can jump over the spikes. And then I go underneath this building. Stamina management isn't important here. You usually aren't losing stamina though, because that guy wouldn't have aggroed you. So yeah, that was not great by me. I cut across that last staircase a bit too early. I did get very lucky though, but yeah, if that were to happen, you don't want to cast Assassin's Gambit, just keep running. Pop some runes on the elevator. I like to pull out the torch here so I can see better. You don't really need Gambit for this part, I just like to cast it just because it makes me feel better. And you need these 2 cracked pots back here. If you stay touching this left wall the whole time, you are not going to get hit ever. So yeah, just keep running, touching the left wall. Pick up this one, and pick up this one. This works even if you don't have Assassin's Gambit. You do not need it. This is very, very consistent. So yeah, just make sure you stay touching this wall back here and you'll be fine. I touched the wall for a long time there. You don't really need to do it as long as I did on your way back, but yeah, on the way there, just make sure you're touching it the whole time. I like to go up here and pick up these kukris. And then you don't really need to rest before Godric. If you'd like to, you can though. Yeah, make sure you're full health. Make sure you have Fire Scorpion Charm and Ritual Sword, and then do your buffing sequence. And the way this is going to work is you walk forwards to the top of the stairs and you do 3 fully charged Frenzy Bursts. I did test this a lot and I never had any problems with it. There are some different RNGs he can give you, but if you hit him once and he does his Stormcaller attack, the second hit is going to be a headshot and it's going to be fine. He's going to do his phase transition. But the way this works, you always do 3 fully charged Frenzy Bursts and then just refill your FP and wait for phase 2. In this case, he just slowly walks towards me the whole time. But yeah, I mean, like it's pretty straightforward. You just do 3 Frenzy Bursts and then refill your FP. This Axe Slam actually does have a hitbox, so please do not stand on top of him when he does that. And yeah, once phase 2 starts, just run forwards and catch flame till he dies. Really, really simple kill here. Not really much to worry about.
We'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Then you go back to Limgrave Tower Bridge, and you're gonna go across the bridge to get Godric's Great Rune. I did this without Assassin's Gambit just to show that's very easy. But if you want, you can cast Assassin's Gambit right here. All it does is it prevents this first golem on the left from doing an attack. But I just wanted to show it without Gambit, just show that it is possible. But yeah, I like to come through these 2 trees, and then you pretty much just stay on this right wall the whole time. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. That attack he did was the closest he'll ever get to hitting you, and as long as you're on this right wall, you'll be fine. If you cast Assassin's Gambit though, the golem sees you a little bit later, and he won't do that attack. He just won't attack you at all. It's really up to you. Doesn't really matter either way, but yeah. Once you get to this part, just sit down here and crouch. The arrow is not going to hit you. And you can just sprint to this teleporter. He can't turn around all the way, so this arrow, the second arrow he shoots isn't going to hit you. And then yeah, you'll just go to the elevator and activate the Great Rune. It's pretty straightforward. Make sure you pop all these runes that you can, especially if you're on an elevator with some dead time where you're not doing anything. Yeah, so Great Rune, then travel back to Heart of Aeonia. That's your closest grace to Radahn. During my routing, when I tested this, I had 40 faith all the way up until Morgott, and everything worked just fine. So if you can't hit 47 faith, if you only have 46 or 45 or whatever the case is, don't panic. It's fine. You can do this with 40, which you should have at least 40 at this point. So yeah, I mean, after this point, just level up faith however much you want until you get to 84, because you have 10 in your physic, which will put you at 94. Then you have 5 from Godrick's Great Rune, which will put you at 99. So 84 is the max faith you need. But yeah, don't panic if you can't reach my exact stats. It's not really precise past this point at all. Just level up however much you can. If you can't do it, it's fine. No panic. It's all good. But yeah, equip Great Rune and keep going. Cast Assassin's Gambit. I jump over that little ledge, kind of going in the southeast-ish direction. And then head this way. There are some clean run eyes that wake up, but they will not see you. But just keep heading south. Once you get to the shore, I cast Gambit again, and you kind of just stay on the left side of all of this mess of branches and stuff over here. There is a grace here. You can get it if you want. You don't really need it. And then kind of once you get to this path right here, cast Gambit again. Just head down the trail. I mean, like, there's kind of a path here to follow. There's not really a specific direction. Just go on this path, you know. Pick up this golden seed if you want it. I do go left. Like, there's the trail, the obvious trail here, but I stay on the left side to avoid the dogs. I cast Gambit again at this first mush pile. And yeah, I go pretty far around. You probably don't need to go quite this far, but yeah, I mean, just avoid the dogs. It's pretty straightforward. Stealth and nighttime really makes a big difference, so there's not too much to worry about. And then you're gonna take this teleporter. If you want to, for just a regular no hit any %, you could do Rykard, because we do have access to him, and you could do +0 Serpent Hunter if you are really scared of Radahn. But the Radahn kill is really straightforward on this. He has several scripted attacks, which makes it really easy to kill him. So yeah, talk to Jaren, head on over. So I'll explain the Radahn fight. Basically, there are 2 RNGs of his opener. I think there are more, but they're just very rare. And what you want to do is you want to get one of those, and then you are going to do at least 3 catch flames, depending on which attack it is. 3 catch flames will push him past his health threshold for his first scripted attack, which is going to be him essentially casting Cragblade on his swords, where he sticks them in the ground and then pulls them out. And then after that attack, he's always going to do his big, like, gravity pull. And if you are in front of him on the gravity pull, he's going to do a follow-up. And the way you do this, you punish however many times, at least 3, and then he's going to do Cragblade. So you go behind him, and you cast however many catch flames, and then once he does the pull, you roll in front of him, so he'll do the follow-up, and then you just go back behind him and keep hitting him. It's really not too bad. I would say practice this fight a lot just so you're comfortable. But the way this kill works, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. It's really not too bad. Also, another little thing to note that's important, on this opener, on his arrows, you want to be riding Torrent backwards. And once you get out of his vision range, you can go back in, and he won't be shooting arrows anymore. So yeah, you see me here, I get on Torrent immediately. If you're not fast enough, he will shoot this first arrow. If he does shoot the first arrow, you can just use the iframes when you dismount Torrent, and then that way it won't hit you. I will also say, when you are re-entering, if you, like, you can see Radahn is gone right now. I'm out of his aggro range, or out of his vision range, or render distance, or whatever it's called. When you go back in, if you are sprinting, there is a chance he will shoot you again. So the way to avoid that is, you turn around and you drink your physic, and you don't sprint again until you see him, and then you start buffing. Because the physic will slow you down, so you won't be sprinting, and you won't have any arrow memes like that where he just shoots at you again. So you see here, drink physic, he appears again, I sprint again, hop off, and fully buff. And then of course refill your FP after, wait for your stamina to refill. And yeah, you're just gonna stand here and wait. Just stand here and wait for him to do an attack. And you need to be able to recognize this is the good opener. This is what you want to see. This is the good attack to punish. All you have to do is just sprint towards him on this, and all of these attacks are going to miss you. And you need to hit him with 3 catch flames, at least. I like to stay on his right side, behind him a little bit. If you were on his left side, you see he slams his swords down over here. You need to roll this. This has a hitbox. And then when he drags them up, you need to roll it again. And see, you'll notice 3 would have put him like about here in his health bar. Obviously, you can get way more than 3 punishes on this attack. So he's like already half health. Like, this is pretty simple. And now he's going to do Cragblade. So you go behind him. And see how much damage we're doing? I could have killed him right here. Like, this is such an insanely fast fight, especially if you know what you're doing. But I waited. He does the gravity pull. You roll in front of him, and then you just go back behind him again, and he's gonna do an attack there. Okay. I'll explain this a little bit more. But this fight is really, really not bad at all. So yeah, I'll even do like a slower torrent going backwards, I guess. I forgot to turn on my game sound too, but see if he's doing this, you don't make it out of range in time, you just dismount and then boom, you're fine. You get so many iframes when you dismount that it's not a big deal. Drink your physic when you're re-entering. He's back in range, you see him shooting to the side so you can head up. I did get the meme though, I don't know why. But if this happens, you can just take it slow. No reason to panic. Gonna have to go a bit farther this time though, because he walked forwards. I'm really not sure why he did that. I actually have not seen him do that in a very long time. Get back in. Fully buff. Refill your FP. You're just gonna stand here and wait. He does this attack, you can lock on if it makes it easier. But see, you really only need 3 here. If you're behind his leg, that attack won't hit you either. But I do like to roll it, and then yeah, he does this. Punish. Gravity pull. Let's say you run out of FP, you miss some attacks, he does this in phase 2. You just stand here and wait, don't panic. Just stand facing a direction. He's going to come from whichever direction you are facing. Once you see him, you can just sprint backwards. It's not going to hit you once he lands. Just go behind him, and he's going to do this attack almost every single time. You can finish him off. It's really a simple kill. I would like to see him do the other RNG, but even on the other RNG, you have enough time to hit him 3 times. The other RNG just looks like a jump. Yeah, just make sure you're ready for either one. This boss fight is definitely not the hardest, I wouldn't say, so I wouldn't panic too much. I would recommend you get pretty comfy with this fight too. I think my game might be a little too loud, but yeah, stand here, just wait. Does this attack again? Roll this, punish this more. behind him. You don't even have to sprint. Like, and you see how much damage we're doing here? Like, this is actually just insanity. You have so much time here to just kill him. I would really like to see him do the other RNG as well, but I might not be able to get him to bait it out. I'll do it 2 more times and see what happens. And yeah, you don't need to spam sprint here either. Just one sprint will get you out of range. Just do it once and just run. And honestly, like, the damage is so high here, you really shouldn't have any problems with phase 2, but if you do have a problem, like, you can just do exactly what I did. It's really not too bad. That's the second RNG. Do 3 and then wait. And it's like exactly the same thing, right? See? And that's it. That's all there is to it. It's really not too bad. I would definitely say familiarize yourself with Radahn a little bit at least, but yeah, it's really not bad. Just that second opener is much less common, but if you get it, just do 3 catch flames and then be ready to dodge the crag blade, or go behind him, you know. And on Radahn as well, you're going to want to use one of your 3 foul feet. If you forget, it's not really a big deal, but yeah, go ahead and use it here. This is a good time to use it. You can go ahead and pop the remembrance as well. You don't really need to save them for any reason. So once you're here, go back to Roundhold, get your 3rd talisman pouch.
Only find you have now to become the thing as much.
And then you're gonna put the Phlox Canvas Talisman in there. I would also say, you can see that I still have this talisman that Millicent's gives you. Just sell this one or drop it. It just gets in the way. You'd never use it. So just go ahead and get rid of that one. But yeah, put the Phlox Canvas Talisman in next. That's the next one you want. And then, yep, just level more faith. That's all you need at this point. Head to Outer Wall, Phantom Tree. We're headed to DTS. You can go straight up the stairs, but there is a gargoyle that lands here, so I prefer to go around. This guy really shouldn't give you problems, but he can do his scream, which I just don't really like, so I just go around. It's a lot easier, I think. Yeah, just head around here. Grab these golden seeds up here. Make sure you don't go on that main path, because that Margit Phantom is there and he spawns. So just stay to the right to avoid him. You can get this grace up here. You don't really have a reason to get it, but just go ahead. May as well. This is a rune right here. Pick it up if you would like. Just don't need it, but money is nice. You follow this path pretty much up until this point, and you're gonna go down instead of going across the field because there's the 2 golem archers up there. This is a bit slower. I think it's safe to run across with stealth, but I can't really remember. So if you want to be faster, just make sure that's a safe running section for you. There's also a really good time to mention it is raining here. I noticed this, so I was gonna go. You can use the other grace, the first one we got, to reset it, but if you don't recognize it until this point, you can run up to this wall and you can go all the way around this way. There is a rune bear right here, so don't go near it, but if you stay touching this wall, it's not going to see you. Like, I don't even have Assassin's Gambit at this point. But yeah, so there's a dungeon here you can open. Of course, it stopped raining as soon as I got here, but yeah, there's a grace here. You can just go here and change the time or rest and come back or whatever, make it stop raining. But yeah, there's a spirit spring up here. You're going to take this. I will say, I have seen this golem. Pay attention to him. I have seen him looking over here. I think only once or twice. So just pay attention to him. Make sure he's not doing that. I don't know why he would. I've almost never seen it. It's just been once or twice. So you really don't have to worry about him, but just a little quick mention of that, I think. And you're gonna go head up here. I go all the way to this side and I go behind him with Assassin's Gambit, of course. Heal. And then you're gonna fully buff. DTS is kind of the same as Radon, where he has some scripted attacks that are pretty easy. I will say, when you are buffing and using Howl, you have to be touching the fog wall because Howl makes a noise, and if you're not up against the fog wall, he's going to hear it and turn around. If he does something like that, you can just Memory of Grace out. You have plenty of time. You'll have to do the running section again, but it's better than getting hit. So you're going to fully buff. Yeah, this DTS kill is pretty simple. It depends. I think if you want to stop right behind him, because I think if you're inside of him, he will jump away immediately. So if you're just right behind him, he'll do this slow turn and you can get a couple punishes off. Yeah, see, he immediately jumped there since I was way too close. But even then, you still get 2 catch flames off. And then, yeah, he's going to jump away and he's going to do this opening attack, which takes like 10 seconds or whatever. So you have plenty of time to punish. This stomp he does actually have a hitbox, so make sure you're not standing underneath it. And then once he gets around like half health, he's going to start this, which I didn't even show because he died so quickly, but he does like this lightning transition. You should have no problem killing him. That kill does also work at 40 faith, which you should have much more than 40 by now, but it does work at 40. You cannot miss any catch flames if you have 40, but there's no reason you should really have 40 at this point. I went ahead and upgraded my flasks here also. You don't really need to, but you can. Just for more healing, for making sure you have Ritual Sword active all the time. Capital is pretty easy. There's not really anything here you need. It's a pretty straightforward running section. Pretty much any enemy we just ran past doesn't actually aggro you. I also don't like to rest in the capital because Melina talks to you, so that's kind of up to you. You want to cast Gambit right before this big doorway here. Just head down these stairs. I have seen some people path like way on the left side over here, but that's not safe. Don't do that. You can pretty much run in a straight line to these stairs. These guys' melee attacks take too long to really hit you, so you don't need to worry about them too much. Just go behind this guy. You can pick up this golden rune back here. And then just before the gargoyle, the stairs before the gargoyle, you're gonna head off to the side and drop down twice, and you're gonna land on this roof. You can do some parkour on the roofs. If you fall, I would say just fast travel back and do it again. You're probably not gonna miss these jumps, but I almost did there, obviously, so it's possible. But yeah, just jump across the roofs, jump to this big avenue. There are 2 ways you can do this running section. One of them is the way I show. This way is they both have their reasons for being tricky. I usually don't do this way, but I thought this would be easier to show. So you run up to this wagon, grab this golden rune, and then I cast Assassin's Gambit, and you run up to this staircase over here, and you can aim over at this wall and throw a kukri. And then the important part here is crouch when you go past the avatar, otherwise he will turn around and attack you. So yeah, just wait for him to turn, crouch, and sneak past. This way is really simple. And there's nothing really hard about that. I will go ahead and show the other way though as well. I don't know if I have a good save for this or not, but I think I can make this one work. So let's say you're... Oh, I guess I don't have a good save for this. I guess I skipped that grace, which, to be fair, you really don't need that grace. You should probably be skipping it. But in case you want it for safety reasons, like if you fall off the ledge or something, you can go ahead and grab that one. I think when I made these save files, it was like one of my testing playthroughs and not actually the main playthrough that I have the recording of. But yeah, you just, I mean, like, capital's really not that bad. There's not much here you need to worry about. So yeah, these enemies here on the side, like you can see them, they're not really gonna aggro you. You don't need to worry about them. Same for the one over here also. There's no reason to kill these guys. So yeah, head through here. Before you head out, just cast Gambit real quick. And like you don't, I usually go behind this guy. You really don't need to worry about these enemies that much. Just go in front of this one. But behind here, this wall back here blocks the projectiles. See? So like you're fine. Come down here, drop down. Head across the rooftops. If you miss this jump for some reason, just fast travel out. Like there is a path to get through here, but I would say just fast travel out. Don't worry about the pathing. Just travel out. This imp only aggroes you if you go in front of him, so no need to be concerned. You just keep cutting across the rooftops. I will also show this other rune pickup in here. I didn't do it on this run because I was trying to do minimum amount of money needed. But yeah, you can come in here, use Assassin's Gambit. You can aim the kukri with the bow if you want to, but just throw it on that wall somewhere and then go pick this up. It's really, really simple. And then there's also this rune here. I've never had any issues with this enemy seeing me or anything, so if you want some extra money, that's a nice way to get some pretty easily. That's a 35k. And that's just straight off from this balcony. And what you can do is come over to this elevator. Usually it's up, but I guess it's already down. You can use Gambit on the elevator when it's going down. Come across the rooftops. These jumps are actually a little bit tricky, so I don't really recommend this as much, because if you miss a jump, you should just reset the area. This last one especially is pretty tricky. Like, it's actually a much harder jump to make than you would think. So yeah, if you do go this way and you miss that jump, just fast travel back and reset the area. There's no need to really risk it because there's a lot of zombies hiding down here and stuff, so yeah, just avoid them. And then jump on this little pillar, jump over to this. You come over here. You want to cast Gambit one more time. Otherwise, this archer at the end will see you. So, yeah, be careful of that. And you come up here. You can grab this grace. I already have it, obviously, but you do want to reset the area if you go that way. If you go on the rooftops, when you get this grace, you want to reset the area. Otherwise, that knight is going to be pathing towards you, and you're going to be in a bit of a tough spot. So yeah, just make sure you reset the area if you do end up going this way. But yeah, if you go the Avatar way, you don't need to rest here and reset. You can just keep sprinting. But cast Gambit again before this knight. And then you go behind this guy. There's a rune pickup right here. just, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. You just go up the wing. There's not really many enemies here you need to worry about. That's another rune arc right there if you need an extra one for some reason. Towards the landing right here, in between these two sets of stairs, I cast Gambit again for this night. There is an event trigger. Once you walk past this doorway, there's an enemy right here that's going to attack you. If you cut across the right side, like you go in, cut right, and then go up and then go out this way, he will not see you. He's just going to do the attack. Don't let it startle you. You'll be fine. I like to pick up this item. It is a golden rune, but yeah, see, you can hear him attack there. I don't actually ever look at him. But yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward. Just go right. He's not going to see you. And then you just keep running. If he does see you for some reason, he can throw lightning pots at you, but I don't even think they can really reach you. I'm pretty sure they just fall short since you're just sprinting. Just stay behind the gargoyle and he won't aggro you. For this tree section, I cast Gambit right behind this guy. And then I cut across here. And I go behind these guys. You can crouch here if you're worried about this guy seeing you. These two won't aggro you unless you go in front of them. And then yeah, I mean that's really about it. None of these guys are gonna see you, so you just sprint through here. There is, I don't think I show him. I guess not, but there is this guy over here. You can see behind my splits. If you're not careful, if you cast Howl too far back, he will hear it and aggro onto you. So just be cautious of that. I like to cast Howl once I'm kind of in the door frame a little bit. So if you'll see here. Yeah, like I'm already kind of sitting in the door frame, right? Golden Godfrey. This is a fight you're just gonna have to learn. There's not really some secret tech to this. You're gonna have to get in here and practice this boss. He is very straightforward. He's not a super complicated boss like Morgott or Maliketh or something, so he's pretty easy. But just make sure you're comfy with this fight, because you are gonna have to fight him now and later for Orlu phase 1. So yeah, just make sure you're really comfy on this fight. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I use a golden foul foot. I get a double bonus out of it, I guess. I use it on Golden Godfrey, but it lasts so long that it also lasts until Morgott. I recommend doing that, but the biggest thing is you can't rest at the Grace in Golden Godfrey's arena or the one after. You just have to go straight to Morgott. So if you don't want to do that, I would say use your Golden Foul Feet on Radahn, Fire Giant, and Godskin Duo. Otherwise, do Radahn, Golden Godfrey, and Morgott as a double, and then either Fire Giant or Godskin Duo. It doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, you're just gonna have to learn this fight. It's really not too bad. I'll go over it just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it can be a very quick fight if you're comfy with it. If you're not comfy, it's gonna be really scary. So just practice this until you are very comfortable with this. There's a lot of strafes you can do, and the fight will not last very long. See, like, it's very quick fight. Couple things to note. There's a couple ways you can do this. You can roll punish every single attack if you'd like. I'm not really a fan of this method, but it does work. I guess I'll just get in here and show it. But yeah, so what you can do. My game still doesn't have sound, I'm sorry. Roll, punish, roll, punish. Go back to this side. Roll, punish, roll, punish. You can strafe this one. You can strafe this one. Punish this one twice. Roll. Punish. No follow-up. I lag. See, I mean, like you basically just roll forwards and to the right a little bit on each attack and punish. It's very, very straightforward. You always want to jump to stomp. It's a good punish opportunity. But yeah, like that's pretty much how it goes if you want to do that way. I'm not a huge fan of that method because you're rolling a lot, which uses a lot of stamina. But that way does work pretty well. The way I like to fight him is maybe not the best for a beginner, but I like to stay on his right side for most of his attacks and run back to his left for other attacks to strafe. And the reason for that is on the overhead slam, if you are on his left side for the overhead slam, the base of the axe is over there and it's more likely to hit you, whereas if you're on his right side, the base of the axe is not there, so it's easier to strafe it. And I'll try and show what I'm talking about here. You need to roll down if you're too far. So jump this. If I go to his left, see how when he does this, I have all this room to strafe? It's very, very simple. But if you're on this side, see how the axe is over here? You have a lot less room to strafe. I wasn't around all the way on that one. So I prefer to stay on his right side for all of these attacks. So you'd punish twice here and then you sprint back across. You can strafe these. It is a little bit scary to strafe those. I recommend just rolling them. But yeah, I like to do this way. You punish twice here and then you sprint back across. So yeah, you strafe this one, punish. Twice here, back across, strafe. Wow, him doing it 3 times in a row is very rare, but it is possible. And if he gets in a bad spot like this, you can just back up. Drink your glass carefully. That was a really bad time to drink. But yeah, if you're strafing on this side, just be cautious of the axe handle. You don't want to be too close, otherwise it's going to hit you. He does also, you kind of get in a loop with him. He has a very quick slam forwards. I'll try and get him to do it. It's not very common, but you need to be ready to dodge it. This one also has a bit of a delay on it, so just don't roll down too early. He can get his combo extended pretty long if you're in front of him, so I don't really recommend staying in front of him. But I really want to see this quick blunt attack he has. There it is. That is his fastest attack. So just be prepared to dodge that one whenever. He can definitely throw it in the middle of his combos, so just be ready. And one other thing about this overhead swing he has, if he does that spin twice, you need to roll. You can't strafe him. It's kind of hard to explain. I don't think I'm going to get him to do it because it's not very common that I see it. Yeah, like I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get him to do that one. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty straightforward fight. You can strafe a lot of these moves pretty easily. You know, roll when you need to. Be aware that on the stomps, he does have a hitbox on his leg. So, like if you're too close to his leg, I'm not even gonna be able to get him to do it, I don't think, but if you're too close on his leg, he'll stomp into you, like his leg will hit you, and you need to be aware of that. So just make sure you're not right on top of him if you're jumping that. If you need to give him a little space, go ahead and do that. But I mean, yeah, when you have all the buffs active, this is a really quick fight. So I just practice this. You're gonna have to just learn this boss. He's really not too bad. But yeah, you need to be ready to roll that. That is his fastest attack. Make sure you have good stamina management too. You can get a lot of punishes in, so it is a little easy to get really greedy and run out of stamina. You might have to sacrifice a punishment to refill. You really shouldn't need to, but yeah, I mean, that's it. It's really not a super complex fight. Just make sure you practice it enough to be confident in your ability to pull it off. But yeah, I'll play this again. Like, when you have all the buffs, it's a very fast fight. Especially when you have so many punishments with such a fast spell like Catch Flame. And then make sure you use your Golden Foulfoot. For your last Talisman pouch, put Blue Dancer on. You don't really need it until Fire Giant, but you may as well just equip it. Yeah, you're gonna go ahead and head up this branch. This assassin, there's a really easy strat for this that you're gonna have to do if you double up on the Foulfoot here. I usually cast Gambit at one of these two bodies. It doesn't really matter which one because you don't even need stealth for this, but if you do it with no stealth, you're gonna have to crouch on the stairs. If you do it with Gambit, you don't need to crouch. But you run up to this corner, wait for the assassin to stand up, and then you just sneak right behind her. She won't see you. You just move on. It's just that easy. Like, there's nothing more to it. If you do, for some reason, end up aggroing the assassin, though, I don't know how you would do it doing this, but if you do, you can jump onto this bed frame and jump behind, and she can't hit you, and you'll just have to wait for her to de-aggro. You're also going to lose your Foulfoot if you were doing a double and messed up, so if that does happen, yeah, you just use it on Fire Giant or Godskin Duo. It's not a big deal. But yeah, you'll just go behind here and wait for her to lose aggro. Morgott is just about the same as Margit. He's pretty straightforward. Make sure you do heal though for Ritual Sword. Then yeah, you're gonna buff. You don't have your physic because you used it on Golden Godfrey, but Golden Bow, Howl, refill FP. And then once you get into this arena, I sprint forwards until about this inner circle. Well, maybe it's not the inner one, but there's like this super inner circle here, and then there's this slightly outer circle. It's in the same area as these flowers. Just use the shackle at some point before you get to this circle. You have a good bit of time, but just don't wait too long or he's gonna hit you. Then yep, shackle, and then Catch Flame. You can do 4, you can do 5. Just get him to phase 2 and then walk away, outspace this attack. You can refill your FP if you need to here. You shouldn't ever need to, but if you want to, go for it. But yeah, outspace the phase transition and then just watch for the geysers because they are completely RNG. So just don't stand on one. Just wait. You have plenty of time here because the way Morgott works is once he reaches a certain health threshold, he does the Golden Sword Rain attack, and he's always going to do that next. So even at this point, he's going to do Sword Rain. If you see, he starts Sword Rain. So you have plenty of time to get back up to him. And yeah, that's it. Like, that's about it. It's really, I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, most of the bosses in this run are not very hard to kill. This build is very powerful, so
allow me, you are unable prevented. The thorns are husk of the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame and guide.
Make sure when you rest here, you go ahead and make it morning. This is pretty important because there is a Knight's Cavalry in the Forbidden Lands who will probably hit you if you don't know what to do. Going backwards, just go to Avenue Balcony, cast Gambit, and then sprint on the road. The Erdtree Avatar behind you will not do the ranged attack. I'm pretty sure it's a health-based thing or something. So, but yeah, I've never seen him do any attack that's not a melee attack, so just don't worry about him. Just sprint up to this door. You can also go from the East Capital Rampart Grace at the top and jump down on the rooftops again if you want. But this way is just a bit faster. Cast Gambit once you open the door, head up the stairs. Usually once I get to this second landing up here, kinda, right before these enemies, I cast Gambit again, just to be a bit cautious, make sure my stealth won't wear off. Head up the elevator, you know, pop any runes or remembrances you have on the elevator. This part is really easy. I see people do this in a lot of weird ways sometimes. They'll throw a Kukri over here, they'll try killing these enemies. There's a really easy way to do this. Once you get to this landing, cast Stealth, and then just run across the bridge. It's really just that easy. You just cast Stealth, and then run. I like to jump over this guy's legs. It doesn't really do anything, but I think it's funny. And then, yeah, you stay on the left side so this guy doesn't see you, and that is it. I jump over this too, but it's completely unnecessary. You really don't have to. And yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it. Just cast Stealth and run. I see a lot of people throw Kukris over here. They try and kill these guys. It's... Just don't do that. Just cast Stealth and run through here. That's all you have to do. It's very consistent. I have never ever been hit doing this. I've seen people get hit doing all of the other ways though, so... Yeah, just cast Stealth and run. That's all you have to do. If you forgot to make it nighttime, or daytime, I mean, you can check to see the time of day when you're going on the elevators. And if you need to, you can get the Forbidden Lands Grace and change it to daytime there, but you do want it to be daytime for Forbidden Lands. Just so that you don't have that Knight's Cavalry show up. And the way I do Forbidden Lands, I go to this first plateau kind of thing. There's this militiaman here, but don't worry about him. Just cast Stealth and then stay on the right side of this area. Just don't go on the left side because there's some militiamen over there. They just don't see you if you're on the right side. For this central pillar, I always go around the right side. Sometimes it can be a little weird with this branch that's sticking out. It can kind of get in the way, but if you go around the left side, there is a trap in this bush that will like pop a poison cloud out. So if you go left, just be aware of that. Either way is fine. I just prefer the right side, but yeah, just avoid the poison cloud or the trap in the bush so you don't get poisoned. You go across, just give the militiamen some space. For this spot in particular, I have seen people get hit here, and it definitely takes a bit of practice. There is a militiaman on either side, and the problem is you want to give the one on the left space so he can't hit you, but if you go too close to the right side, the one on the right will fall on top of you. So there is kind of a perfect space that I've just gotten used to. Something I also see people do is they run and jump up this left side. I don't know exactly how. I think you just jump on these rocks and jump over, and neither of them will aggro you. So if you'd rather do that, that's perfectly fine. I've just gotten really good at running through here, I think, so I've never had any problems with that, but, you know, it's kind of up to you however you want to do it. Another golden seed up here. You really don't need it, but, I mean, may as well grab it. It's on the way. For this gargoyle, there is a strat where you can just run in a certain line here. I don't really know what it is, and I don't really trust it. So I always turn around and watch him. He does have a ranged attack, his scream, that he can do. If he does it, just use torrent dismount iframes to dodge it. It's really, really easy. I tried to bait it out here, but he did not want to do it. He just kept running at me. So, but yeah, if he does end up doing the scream, just use torrent to iframe it. Make sure you know what it looks like. It's pretty easy, to be honest. And you get a lot of dismount iframes on torrent, so it's really not too bad. You can skip this grace here. I think I do. Let's run up the cliff here. There are some birds here, but if you go this path, they shouldn't be a problem. There is one right here, but he's like munching on a body or something, so he doesn't actually aggro you. Yeah, I mean, mountaintops is pretty easy. There's not really much here to have to worry about. The main thing is right here. Cast stealth, and then when you walk behind this prelate, just hit this wall. That's all, because it'll cause him to turn around and he won't see you. But if you just run right past him, he can throw a fireball at you, which will hit you. So yeah, when you run past here, just hit the wall and he turns. It's very, very, very consistent. You don't really have to worry about it at all. And then it's about halfway on the bridge. When I get to this item, pretty much, once I get next to it, I hop off and cast Gambit again. You don't really need to, I just like doing that. If you don't cast Gambit though, the Golem Archer will shoot you, and you just sit right here and wait for him to shoot. And as soon as he shoots, just keep going, and you will get about the same result. The arrow timings will be slightly different, but it's really, really simple. So yeah, you just keep going. I mean, there's not really much variation here. You kind of just have to run through this. Mountaintops is a really, really, really bland running section. It just takes a long time to get through, and there's nothing here that you ever need, unless you're doing some very different route. So, but yeah, for pretty much any percent run you're doing, you don't have to do anything in mountaintops except for get through here. I will mention a couple things though. I would recommend grabbing this grace just in case. And you don't need to rest here, but you can. I just rest and go ahead and level up. It wouldn't hurt to make it nighttime here also. But couple things. So I do one path. I really like it. I think it's faster, but you can also go across the lake. I just don't like it as much. There is a scarab over here that drops seppuku, so if for some reason you want to get red feather on this run, this is where you would get your red feather setup. You would do 2 assassin gambit casts and then 2 seppuku casts, and that would put you in red feather range. But yeah, you would pick it up here. You can cast howl when it's pathing and you can kill it. You can swing the dagger to kill it, you know, whatever you want to do. I usually use howl because it looks cool, but yeah. So that's how you'd set a red feather on this run. And for the Deathbird, you can just go stand on the ruins and snipe him and kill him. It's really simple. I go up to the left here. I prefer going on the invisible bridge. I think it's a lot easier and it's faster. So yeah, you just jump up here. Stay on the cliff edge here. I do hop off and recast stealth here. And then this jump is a little tricky to make sometimes, but yeah, you just come up here and it is a straight shot. Just if you run straight to this tower, you're not going to fall off. And if you do fall off for some reason, you can fast travel back to that grace we just got. That's kind of the only reason you really need it. I will say, when you're jumping, don't be right against this wall when you jump, or else it's going to kind of eat the momentum of your first jump and you can't actually make it all the way. Just like if you see how I did it, just don't be straight up against this wall. And you can make it just fine. And then yeah, none of these guys have any range, so you don't need to worry about them. Yeah, just head this way. Head a little southwestish. There is a dog on the left. He does have red eyes, so the beast torch will not work on him, but he's far enough away that you shouldn't really have any problems with him. Just be aware that he's there and don't go towards him. I use stealth here. You don't really need it, but it does make this section a bit comfier. I usually go like this pathing here. Like I go around this way, but I see some people go around this left side. I haven't really experimented with it, but I think it just prevents this last fire monk over here from aggroing. So yeah, I mean, sometimes like he's gonna aggro there, but he never hits you. But yeah, I think the reason people do a different pathing here is just to prevent this aggro. So you could like sprint around here even. I don't do that. It's not really necessary, but if it feels safer for you, you can do that instead. And make sure you don't fall off the chain. For this section, you can use stealth here if you would like. I usually don't. It's kind of hard to explain because there's not really any noticeable things on this path, but you kind of just want to stay left. You don't want to be right on the cliffside. You kind of want to be on the edge of these little outcroppings, I guess, because there are some hands, some of the baby hands on the far left coming up. So there's one here, for example. I think there's one back here somewhere. I've never really had a problem with them. Just stay on the outer end of these. There's another one. For this part, you want to make sure you go far left here, like stay going around this colossal hand that falls on the crow. But yeah, I mean, he turns around the other way. You're never going to have any problems as long as you go all the way around like I did. I do believe if you go closer, he can hit you. I think it's very uncommon, but he can. So yeah, I just stay on the left wall, go around this giant statue corpse thing, and then get the grace. I go ahead and rest here. So looking back at my recording, I totally forgot to show the extra way to get to Fire Giant from Freezing Lake Race. I only did the invisible bridge pathway. I do really recommend the invisible bridge pathway. It's pretty simple. And I really don't like Borealis. It's a little bit slower, but I just don't like his fire breath mostly. But I should show this anyway. So if you're at the Freezing Lake, you can go this way. And the way this strat works is you kind of force Borealis to spawn in an area where he's not going to be able to hit you, and then you go across the lake. So if you wanted, I know I mentioned this is Seppuku right here, so you can just stand by this, and when you see him, you just cast Howl, and it kills him. Pretty simple if you do get Red Feather for some reason. But yeah, that's how you would do that. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna come over here, these two islands kind of right here, and you're gonna go in between them until Borealis spawns, and then you're gonna go across the lake. And what this does is it forces him to spawn over here back behind this rock, and that way if he does the fire breath attack, it's not really gonna hit you, because if you didn't know, when dragons and other enemies do fire in this game, it bounces off the ground and the walls and stuff. So it can really easily hit you if you're just running across the lake, but if you spawn him over here, you're less likely to get hit. So yeah, you just come over here, spawn him in, and you run away. And you just run away, and then you'll go this way. You want to go like about southish, a little less left to south is what I like to do usually. Because over there on that side of the lake, there are some lobsters hidden in the ground, so yeah, southish, southeastish. South is probably fine here. I probably go a bit more to the left more than I need to. But yeah, that's it. That's all you end up doing. So yeah, there he is, way over there. You'll keep coming over this way. You probably want to throw on your beach repellent torch. Yeah, and see, there's the lobster. If you're not really sure where you're going, you can run into him or that one. So yeah, south is fine if you just want to go south. And you'll come up this way, and you want to have the beast torch out because there's a bunch of dogs in this graveyard, and you can grab both of these golden runes if you want. But yeah, these dogs won't aggro you since you have beast torch. You can just head up here, and then this is the same area where you would exit upon the invisible bridge. So that's the invisible bridge. You would go across, you'd end up near the tower, and you'd be running down over here. So you're in like about the same area. But if you're going this way, I usually come over here. I jump down onto this and go from here. The red-eyed dog is still there, so just don't go near him. I've never been aggroed by him on this path or the other path, so you should be fine. And then you're here, and you should already know how to get through here because you should have seen the first bit. But yeah, that's how you do it with Borealis. Just you go over and you make him spawn in that one little section, and then that way he won't hit you with the freezing breath. Fire Giant is very, very simple for this. The only variation you're gonna have on Fire Giant is on his opener attack, and it doesn't really matter what opener he does, as long as he doesn't roll away. So I'll show another way to do it that's maybe more consistent with attack RNG. But yeah, you buff up, add in here. You're gonna use pest threads on Fire Giant. So yeah, I like to roll this. You can also use dismount iframes if you'd like. And then he does this attack. I don't care. Just go over to his leg and cast pest threads. And then it's gonna break the shackle, and you just keep casting until phase 2. Like that's all there is to it. And then you drink. See, I drink FP here, and I kind of stop at this first plant you get when you're walking forwards. And then once his hands light on fire, I start casting. They catch on fire, and I start casting. And then he's going to die. And then you use your foot. Like it's very, very simple. Fire Giant is really, really easy on this. One other thing you can do to maybe eliminate some of the RNG at the start of the fight. I'm not really a fan of doing this because I think it is slightly slower, but it is an option. You come up here, trigger the fight. You can cast Golden Vow and Howl right here. I think it's probably okay. Refill your FP, and you can just sit here and wait. And he's gonna do the avalanche, and you can dismount it with torrents. And then he's gonna do this attack, and I think this is very consistent with him doing this attack. And you kind of want to stand at about where his knee is, and then it's just game over. Like, Fire Giant's really, really simple on this run. Refill FP, we're gonna stop at this bush. Hands on fire, you keep casting. He might stagger here, he might not. It doesn't really matter, you just keep casting until he dies and then use your foul foot. That's all there is to it. Fire Giant is really, really simple on this run. He's not a problem at all. So yeah. And then yeah, we're off to Far Missoula. This is kind of the last stretch of the run. This is probably the hardest spot in the run. Far Missoula is a little bit tricky, but the real issue is Maliketh and Horlu. Those are probably the two trickiest fights, just because you're gonna have nerves at this point. If it's your first run, you're gonna be nervous, and you're gonna have to fight both of these bosses at least a little bit, so it's a little bit scary in that sense as well. But you know, if you've gotten, I mean, if you've even made it to the capital on your first no-hit run, like, you should be proud of yourself. It's really good progress, especially when there are so many things that can hit you. It's very, very easy to get hit just to something random that you had no idea would even hit you. So, you know, if you've made it to the capital, you should be really happy with yourself. Even if you've made little bits of progress, like if you get to Margit or something, you're still doing all of setup hitless. And, you know, this setup is definitely longer than most, and has some trickier running sections in it than most do. So yeah, I mean, a lot of no-hit runs is just figuring out ways you can get hit, which sounds really dumb, but a lot of it is, you know, oh, I didn't know this enemy could do this and hit me, you know. But yeah, anyway, there's a rune pickup there if you want it. You really don't need it. I cast Gambit right before I get to this platform, because once you step on this platform, it triggers a Beastman to start pathing. I just cast Gambit on the bottom of the stairs before this platform. and then you're gonna hit this little part of the ruins here, and he's gonna hear it, and he's gonna walk up. It's not gonna see you. This room, you just sprint through, stay on the left side. That other beastman won't see you at all. You don't really need stealth here again, but just stay on the top, the upper part of this section. I think it just helps a little bit with the dragon. So like the lightning is RNG. It can definitely just spawn in front of you, but I think it makes it a bit easier to run through here. Cast Gambit again before this room. And I don't know who found this strat. I kind of tested it myself. I don't think I'm the original finder of it though, but the way I do this is when you walk in here, you want to walk on the stairs because it's going to trigger one of the lightning beastmen over here to start walking towards his designated spot. You just go over here behind this. You can see him pathing right here as well. You're going to cast stealth and you're going to crouch along this wall. Just crouch, 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 keep going. And he's gonna have moved over here. He's not gonna see you. And yeah, then you can stand up once you get past him. Just go ahead. I jump over here. I think this is the second pillar, I believe, that I jumped down on. So yeah, 1, 2. It's the second one. Just jump down here a bit faster. You can hop down here, but when you hop down here, don't swing your dagger to cancel the melee animation faster, or the falling animation. What can happen is it can hit the ground, and then the skeleton that's over here will hear it, and he'll start walking towards you. So yeah, just take the hard fall. Recast Gambit. Just sprint past this guy. Jump on here, and then you'll see me blocking again, so I prevent that baby jump. I have lost runs when I first started doing no-hit runs. I did lose runs here because I didn't block. So yeah, baby, you jump and then you block so you prevent the baby jump. Head down this pillar. There is an enemy on the other side of this pillar with a scripted attack. I usually go to the right to prevent it. If you go to the left, he just jumps over you. He won't hit you. But yeah, I usually just go to the right to just not even see him. I think it's a little bit easier. You do want to get this grace and rest here. And then cast stealth before you walk through this doorway. Then you're gonna sprint all the way over here to this cliff edge. This might sound really dumb, but make sure you don't backstep or roll off of this ledge. I've definitely have seen people do that before. And you're just gonna wait for this guy to walk past, and then you're just gonna hop down into Godskin Duo. Now the way Godskin Duo works, once you cross, I use this bone as a marker. Once you go to this bone, it will trigger the fight. If you have stealth, they will not see you. So what you do is you walk up to the bone, trigger the fight. I walk back to about where these coffins are, and I turn around and throw 2 sleep pots. And then they hear the first one, they walk towards it, the second one puts them both to sleep, and then you can usually kill them pretty easily there, but yeah, walk up to the bone. You can backstep twice, that's usually what people do. And I like to wait until the first sleep pot I see it falling between my legs. So yeah, look up all the way, sleep pot, and once it falls through my legs, I throw the second one. And that just ensures that both of them are going to go to sleep, because sometimes Apostle does some weird stuff when he's turning around. So that just kind of ensures that he's going to fall asleep. And then fully buff. For this strat, we're going to kill Apostle first. It actually does matter which one you kill first and which ones you don't. Because, okay, let me explain this first though. If you kill, let's say you kill Apostle first, and then you wait about 10 or 15 seconds, and then you kill Noble, Apostle will immediately spawn. I don't really know exactly why this works, but I don't really do it this way, but I want to go over it in case anyone is interested in this. So if you, whichever godskin you kill first, if you kill them and wait about 15 seconds and then kill the other one, the one you killed first will immediately spawn back in. I don't do this strat. I don't really like it that much, but it is pretty good. It's very consistent, so that's just something to note. So in this case, we're killing Apostle first. If we were then to wait 15 seconds and kill Noble, the Apostle would immediately spawn in, and you can just throw a sleep pod and it'll sleep on spawn. The other way, the way that I prefer, is I kill them both immediately in the first buffing cycle, and then I recast stealth and run back to the back of the room where I first started, and then a random noble will spawn, or a random godskin will spawn in. So it could be either Apostle or Noble, doesn't matter which one I killed first. And then I'm stealth, so they don't see me. I throw 2 more sleep pots and they go to sleep. So for this one, yes, you want to start with Apostle. You do 5 catch flames, and then I crouch to regen some stamina, just a little bit, and then you do 3 more to kill him. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I didn't crouch, but yeah, you just regen a little bit of stamina and then finish him off with 3 more. Then you're gonna switch to pest threads for Noble. I think I do 3 here, and then you're gonna pull out your dagger again for Gambit. Go ahead and cast it just to be a bit safe, and run back to the start where you were with these coffins, and you just wait. You wait for this one to spawn in. It happened to be Apostle. It's going to be a random one. It doesn't matter. Throw 2 sleep pots. Make sure you're full health again. And then whichever godskin spawns in, just repeat whatever you did first. So for Apostle, you know, you did 5 catch flames, and then you did the 3 after. You know, if it's Noble, just do the pest threads. But yeah, this one will end the fight. It will die, so you don't really need to worry about it too much. I just wanted to add a little note. You really shouldn't run out of sleep pots on this run, but if you do happen to run out, what you can do, you can go here to Boil Prawn Shack, and you just head southwest. There's going to be this island. You can sprint through it if you want. These albinurics on it really should never hit you. And you keep heading southwest. There's not really much you need to worry about on this path. There's the island that has the enemies, and then these are the other enemies on this path. And then you're gonna get to this kind of swamp area here. Just avoid the crabs. They kind of just walk around. You don't really need to worry about them too much. You can use stealth here if you need to. I just don't happen to really have it on this run. And just keep heading this way, kind of up towards this village. This little water spout here that pops up is actually a crab. If you get close enough, he will pop out. So you want to avoid this. But you're going to go around, and you're going to head back here. There aren't really any enemies back here, just a bunch of these little baby crabs. There is this tree lily right here, and there's also an albinuric right behind it, so just be warned by that. And then there's also all of these tree lilies back here that you can grab if you run out of sleep pots. You really should be fine, but if you do need more, this is where you can come get some. For this section, I like to stealth again. I like to pull out the beast torch because there are some dogs on the way. It's not really needed. You can avoid them, but I like it just as a little safety feature. Cast stealth before this big platform. I do it on the stairs. And then you're going to go and smack the wall right next to this first pillar. And what happens is the beastmen at the bottom here, they hear it and they're like patrolling back here trying to find it. So you don't really need to worry about this. You don't need to look back. He's never going to see you. Just make sure you gambit and then hit the wall. I go this way. This jump is really simple. This is a rune pickup here if you want it. But yeah, you'll see me here, buffer my sprint again. And then, yep, you just jump onto the pillar. It's a pretty easy jump if you're not quite as comfy with it. What you can do, you can go around. I guess I don't even show it at all, but I'll try and pause it at the right time, but I don't really look over in that direction. You can go this way through the windows, and there's another path you can take. You do need the beast torch for that because there are dogs there, but you really should just jump on the pillar. It's a pretty easy jump to make. If for some reason you miss it, you can fast travel back to the first grace before Godskin Duo. You'll have to like run through that section again, but it's not too bad. You're gonna take a right here, go through this archway. I use stealth again here. You don't really need to. It does prevent one enemy aggro, but he's never gonna hit you anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I just like to have full stamina all the time, so I just use it. Game's getting a bit laggy here, I think. Farm Azula is usually a bit worse for me. Yeah, you just go get this grace. You can rest here. 84 faith is the max faith, so you don't need any more than that. I usually like to get some endurance, but because Maliketh is a bit tight on the mind, I just went and got mind here. You don't really need any endurance for this run, if I'm being honest. I just like to get a little bit extra. But yeah, once you get to 84 faith, don't level any more faith. It will not do anything for you. Just level mind after that. If you know how to do bird skip and you're comfortable with it, feel free to do that. The only thing that bird skip does for this is you miss out on the Somber 10. So you'll have to find a different way to kill Maliketh. I'm not sure if Somber 9 works, or having a +9 instead of +10 really works for Maliketh. I didn't test that. So if you do end up doing bird skip, you're going to have to test Maliketh for yourself and see if the damage is still close enough. If the damage is not close enough on Maliketh, you could go kill the Deathbird for Red Feather if you would like. That's something else you could do if +9 is not quite enough damage. But yeah, for this section, this is one of the harder sections in the game, harder running sections. Use stealth, drop down here, you're going to crouch and sneak across. And then you're going to walk off here. Make sure you're still sneaking though for that part. And then once you get down here, I run over to this corner back here somewhere. And I just wait for the lightning cycle to stop. The dragon kind of does it in waves of lightning. So I wait for the first wave to finish, and then I head back and I go over here to the rooftop. This can be a little bit scary. You will need to practice this a little bit and be comfortable with it. But yeah, I just wait for an opening basically and then go. If you would like to, you can stand on the corner over here and use the bow to shoot the dragon. I only do damage with incant on this run, so that's just how I did it. But if you would like to use the bow to get the dragon to leave, that is a lot safer than this. And you can it makes this section a lot easier. But yeah, you have really good range here. You can just use Frenzied Burst from this top ledge. No lightning will spawn up here, ever. So you can just use Frenzied Burst and kill all the birds. I kill all three. You don't really need to, but it does make it feel very comfy. And then see, he roars. There's a wave of lightning. I wait for this wave of lightning. And then I run. There's no more lightning. It's safe for a little bit. And I sit under, it's next to these pillars, but there's like a little balcony here. I kind of just sit around in this area. And I make sure there's no lightning. And then I use Frenzy Burst on him. And what this does is he's going to leave, basically. He's going to take off. And then poof, he's gone. It is a much trickier running section than it looks. So just make sure you practice it and you feel comfortable with it. And then you can run back here to the gazebo and get the Somber 10. There's also a rune pickup in the middle of this circle here if you would like that. And then for this section, usually you use stealth and you sneak around this last beastman. I actually did it differently on this run because beastmen are very weak to fire, so I use stealth and then I heal, and then you can just do a fully charged frenzy burst and kill him. If you'd like, you can drink your physic just to make sure you kill him. You don't really need to, but you have plenty of damage. And then stealth again and sneak across this thing. You just don't want that beastman to see you, so I go to the other side here. He did actually look at me here, but it's not a big deal. Just take a slightly wider path than me. This is another event trigger here with the water. Once you step in the water, this guy's gonna turn around, so use stealth, then step on the water, he turns around, and then you just throw a kukri in this back corner. If you want, you can use the bow to aim it. I just don't really need to. But yeah, feel free to do whatever you need to make this run easier for you. And then they all hear it, they go over, and you get a free path up the grace up here. Yeah, see right here, I mentioned this earlier. This is where I get the grace and I fast travel. So if you see, I kind of stand at the grace sideways like this, and I still get the touch grace option. And as soon as I push touch grace, I open my map. And you can see over here that I haven't unlocked the grace yet, and then as soon as I unlock it, I go to round hold. And it's just a little bit faster. It's not necessary anywhere, but it does make things a little bit easier. So you go ahead and get your plus 10 here. You can maybe level up again. I don't remember if I had enough or not. Yeah, head back to Farm Missoula. There's something to note here that I haven't really tested. I believe if you go to the right side, you can just sprint up the whole time and this DTS won't see you. I've always gone to the left. It's just what I've always done, so I keep doing that. If you go on the left, it is perfectly safe. Just make sure you crouch. If you go to the right, I think you can sprint all the way up. I'm really greedy, so I pick up this rune right here. You definitely don't need to, but I just do because I'm greedy like that. But yeah, just crouch up here. He's not going to see you. If he, for some reason, does, and he turns and looks at you, you can just fast travel back to the grace. It's very, very simple. And then you're at Maliketh. Now, I will say, Maliketh is one of the trickier fights in this run. I tried to make this as consistent and easy as possible, and I think I did a pretty good job of making sure the phase 2 fight is very consistent. However, for this, I use the Starlight Shard. I definitely recommend getting it. You don't need it, but you should grab it. Starlight Shard lasts for 60 seconds, and it's also a unique buff. So you do Physic first, it still lasts the longest. Then you do Golden Vow because it lasts for 80 seconds. Then you do the Starlight Shard because it's 60, and then Howl because it's 40. So you add the Starlight Shard in between Golden Vow and Howl, which you'll see right there. And then Howl. You still want to refill your FP afterwards though. And then the way this is going to work is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go up to a certain line. And this only works the first time you enter this arena. So if you have to Memory of Grace out, this will not work anymore. And the reason this works is because when you enter the arena for the first time, he sits there and has to like do a standing up animation first. But you're going to do 2 Frenzied Bursts. And this is also why I set up the spells like this. You do 2 Frenzy Bursts, and then you are going to dodge a little bit and bait out his big slam, which you should be very comfortable with doing at a certain point once you practice. And on that big slam, you cast Pest Threads, and that should transition him to phase 2. In phase 2, you're going to backstep, and once he jumps out of the ground, you do another Pest Threads cast, and then you roll his attack and catch flame him until he dies. It sounds like a lot. It's not really too bad, but yeah, this is what it looks like. And you are gonna have to practice Maliketh too. So I stop here. 2 Frenzy Burst. Pest Threads. Get it ready. Dodge to bait out this combo. Pest Threads, he's gonna transition. Backstep. Once he jumps, Pest Threads, roll this attack, and then catch him. And that's very consistent from all of my testing that I've done. It definitely looks pretty scary, but it is pretty consistent. You are gonna have to be comfy with the Maliketh phase 1 moveset. Not so much phase 2. I definitely recommend learning it. It is a really cool boss. But yeah, it's really not too bad once you figure him out. So for this, there's 2 RNGs. In that clip, he runs towards me. He can also do a slow walk towards you. And if he does a slow walk, you're just gonna have to hope that he gets to you and does the combo. But yeah, you should be a little bit familiar with this moveset. Yeah, to bait out the slam, you start with a poke, obviously. And then you roll. You have to stay in front of him enough that he's gonna keep doing the follow-ups, right? The double slash is another way to do it. It's a little bit scarier for sure, but it's definitely possible. See, there's the poke. You want to stay in front of him and roll, and you get this slam, and then you Pest Threads, and that would be your transition right there. He obviously has a lot more attacks, but you really shouldn't be seeing many of these. The only ones you should really be seeing are the ones where he's throwing stuff at you, and this combo right here. So make sure you get familiar with this combo. You're gonna have to practice to know the spacing on that one. But yeah, you might see some of this pocket sand stuff, some of the rock throws. You shouldn't really be seeing a lot of these attacks though, but I think it's good to go over them and kind of show what he can do. But yeah, you want to bait out the slam and then Pest Threads, and your fight phase 1 is over. I would like to see him do the slow walk, but it's very unlikely. It's really uncommon. So you're probably not going to see it often, if ever, but you should definitely be comfortable with it at least. So you run up to this line here. Do Frenzy Burst, he does the run. He's gonna do the poke every time. Sometimes he will do that extra one. This should transition him. Next up. There you go. Every time. That's what it should be like every single time, unless he does the slow walk. If he does the slow walk, there's not really a whole lot you can do. I'll see if I can just get him to do it. I think it's even less likely for him to do the slow walk since you're hitting him with Frenzied Burst. But it is definitely possible. Obviously, you wouldn't pop a rune here. I'll do it a couple more times and just see if he'll do it. But yeah, like the slow walk is already pretty uncommon. And then on top of that, you have you're hitting him with Frenzy Burst, so it's like he's gonna get hit and then run towards you. Yeah, I'll do it maybe 2 more times and see if he will do it, but if not, I'll just move on. Basically, if he does a slow walk, just be ready to dodge the pocket sand or the rocks or the like underground swipe he does. But pretty much if he's gonna do any of those attacks, he's gonna sprint at you afterwards, and you're gonna get the poke, the double swipe, and then the slam, and that's all you really want. And yeah, he can also do that extra kind of diagonal hit there. It's kind of positional based. I'm not exactly sure where you have to be for it, but just be prepared. Be prepared for either the slam or an extra little swipe on the end there. And again, this is a Golden Godfrey situation where you just need to practice this boss and be comfortable on him. He might seem really scary and complicated, but he's really not too bad once you figure him out a little bit. You also want to make sure you're not going to fall off the edge. Didn't really do a good job of that there, but yeah, if he's sprinting at you, you can walk forwards a little bit. Just make sure you're not going to fall off the edge there, because you are standing pretty close usually when you're on the side here. Yeah, you start casting about right here. Do your 2. Ah, he's not gonna slow walk, I guess. And if for some reason he doesn't transition when you do that pest threads, you can just wait for him to do the combo again or do something else and just pest threads again. I've never seen it where he doesn't transition there, but just in case, just be prepared. I've never seen it, but I guess it is possible. I assume probably not, but pest threads is not always super consistent. Okay, this is the last time for real. If he doesn't do the slow walk, you'll know it when you see it. He just walks at you instead of running. And you can still do 2 frenzy bursts very easily, but just be prepared to have to dodge some sand or rocks or whatever. Ah, there it is. Yep. And we got lucky. He did slow walk straight into the sprint, but that's what the start of it looks like. And yeah, you'll have to practice with that spacing some on that slam, just to make sure you're not going to get hit by it. But yeah, I mean, just spend some time here practicing. You'll get the hang of it. It's not too bad. And you really shouldn't be seeing any phase 2 either. The big thing is just make sure that when you cast this pest threads in phase 2, wait for him to jump out of the ground first. If you do it before that, you won't get quite as much damage. The strat may or may not work. I think if you do it too soon, the damage on pest threads is less, but you can get in more catch flames. The other thing about this is if you do pest threads early, you don't have to roll this attack, but because we do it late here for more damage, you do have to roll this second swing, otherwise it'll hit you. So yeah, that should be really consistent. I've done this a lot of times. I tested it quite a bit. I never had any problems. Of course, it's Elden Ring. There could be some very, very rare thing that happens. So I could be wrong that maybe that's not 100%, but just you really shouldn't be seeing any phase 2, honestly. Once you get here, you can level up more mind if you want. It's probably not a bad idea. I think I got a little bit of endurance too. Yeah, I got 10. I like to have some extra endurance for, you know, Maliketh, it's nice, Golden Godfrey, Horaloo, stuff like that, but you really don't need it. 8 is perfectly fine. I will also say this item right here is another rune arc for any console players who might need it, since you can't spawn them in. This is kind of late in the game, but there is one here. There is also there's 5 in Roundhold you can buy, and then I believe the Bellum merchant in Liurnia also sells like 3 or something. That is the merchant. I didn't actually see him, but there's a church in Liurnia I went to get a sacred tear on my way to Dectus Lift, and if you go kind of down, he's down there. I'll go back and show it once I finish this, but yeah, he's down there. You can buy, I think, 3 from him if you need them. I'm not really sure on too many other locations, but yeah, hopefully that's enough to kind of help people get started at least. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you don't burn through them too quickly, because obviously you can do practice without having rune arcs. You don't have to have them. It just makes a nice little difference here. Gideon is pretty straightforward. There is I like to wait for him to say the line, "What a sad state of affairs," before attacking him. Basically, he will. You just get more hits on him. That's really all there is to it. For melee routes, if you hit him before he said "What a sad state of affairs," he can do his instant hammer swing, and the same thing can happen. He won't do the instant hammer swing, but he will just finish his animation sooner, basically. So I just like to hear him say "What a sad state of affairs," and then I start hitting him. Yeah, I walk in and trigger him, and then I do howl, just so it speeds up his dialogue a little bit. Refill FP. See "What a sad state of affairs," and then just blast him. Yeah, if you do 2 charged frenzy bursts or 2 charged, if you do 2 charged frenzy bursts, you can do 2 charged and a tap. You can do 3 fully charged, I think also works. I mean, Gideon is just, it's just Gideon, and I think frenzy burst outranges most of his spells. So if for some reason you don't kill him, just run back to the back of the arena and just start hitting him with frenzy burst. And like, you really shouldn't have any issues. So yeah, head up here, get this grace, level up. I think I kept doing more mind here because I did like having more mind for this fight, so you can make it the whole way. There's kind of 2 ways you can do this fight, and unfortunately it's not 100% consistent in phase 2. It's really, really tragic, but that being said, you can get it down pretty consistently. This is where I took my hit, but the way I show it, I don't really dodge his earthquake move in phase 1 very often. I'm not very familiar with it, so I just didn't practice it enough, and I was definitely a little bit nervous here because this was a good run I was recording. But yeah, this hit me. I turned on max HP just in case because I was worried something like this would happen. And then that way it wouldn't mess with the fight. So yeah, this is one way you can do it. I prefer this way, but if you're a beginner, there is another way I'm going to show that's a little bit easier. But even then, it's still not 100% in phase 2, which is really, really unfortunate. But that being said, the way this works is you dodge the earthquake so you get more damage in, and then phase 2, you instantly put him below the threshold for his phase transition. But yeah, I'll let this play out. I'll let you guys see what happened. But yeah, what you want to do on the opener always is just strafe around it. So you'll see I go around here, get 2 hits. I can jump this stomp. And see, I rolled just a little bit early, which kind of messed this up. And then this is another example of me doing things poorly here. So I do 2 catch flames, and then I roll, and then I did 2 more. And if you see my stamina bar, it's getting kind of low, and you need to have some stamina for phase 2. I should have played this a little bit slower here and waited so I had more stamina because I ran out in phase 2, which made it really scary. So yeah, phase 2, you want to be holding B during the cutscene. And once you get to this square right here, this very first square, you're going to do 2 catch flames and then roll and 2 more. And if you'll see here, I'm basically out of stamina, which makes this a little scary. And this is the part in phase 2 that's not consistent. Is he is significantly below his health threshold for his phase transition, but he's not guaranteed to do it. It's very likely he will. But if he doesn't, I think he always does this stomp. I have not seen him do another attack that's not the stomp. It's always been the stomp. And you just roll, and then he's going to do this. And you finish him off. So yeah, a couple things to break down here. If you are doing it this way, you can strafe behind this attack. Just make sure you're not going to get hit by this slam. It can kind of just push you, so just be behind him. Jump over the stomp. And when you roll this attack, you want this to be kind of white, and you want, like, his hand kind of slides up a little bit. Kind of hard to show because it is a faster paced fight, but I will do my best. Stay straight behind this one. Jump, catch flame. See how his hand slides down and then back up. I rolled just a hair early on that. And he's not guaranteed to do this phase transition either afterwards. He might just go into another attack. It doesn't really matter. You keep fighting phase 1 the same pretty much. Although you should know how to dodge this attack. And then, yep, bad stamina management here, which made phase 2 a little scary. But yeah, phase 2, hold B during the cutscene. Wait till you get to the start of this square and do 2 catch flames. You do kind of need to wait just a second before you roll. If you do 2 catch flames and instantly roll, you're probably going to get grabbed. So just wait a hair in between those. And then he might do the stomp, he might not. Just wait, see what happens, and then that's over. So I'm definitely going to go over this one again because I did not do this one very well. So yeah, here, I'll turn on my game audio again. So you're just gonna buff like normal. I will try to dodge the earthquake this time. I'm still not super familiar with it, but should be able to dodge it, I think. You just strafe around this one. Yeah, this is kind of the same as Golden Godfrey. So yeah, got that. I kind of messed up there, but yeah, see? You should also know how to dodge this one. Just in case, he really shouldn't ever get to this point in this phase where he's gonna actually finish that. But yeah, you want to make sure you're not gonna do your catch flame too early there. That can be bad. I got kind of lucky there because he walked into the lingering hitbox for it. But yeah, you don't want to do it too early because you're not sprinting yet. Pretty much as soon as you start sprinting is when you want to do it. I think also, I didn't really test this as much, but I assume it's pretty much the same. Right behind this one. Jump. I think you can also strafe around this one, and I think if you do 2 here, he'll be in his phase transition. Obviously, he has significantly more HP there, so that one is a bit riskier, but that is another option, is to strafe around phase 2 as well. Still be prepared for a stomp or an attack afterwards, but just, he's probably going to be below his transition. The other way I found you can do this fight, you want to level up as much as you can. So obviously this is not a good time because I'm almost at a level, but not quite. But you're going to go in the fight and then run backwards at the start. And you're going to Memory of Grace. Just get some distance from him. It's not super precise, but you're going to Memory of Grace out. And then head back up to the fight. And this one is a little bit different. So the way this one works is you hit him a couple of times, then you fully buff, and then you transition him. And the reason this works is because you get him just above that transition point in phase 1 with the really big slam, and then you buff, so you have all your buffs active, and then you're just going to wail on him, and your buffs will last longer into phase 2, which will make it easier. So once you Memory of Grace, you're going to want to use Assassin's Gambit. You'd want to heal. I do have max HP on, but you would want to heal. And then you're going to go to the 3rd little box. So there's 1, 2, 3. Just stand right behind this, and you're going to do 4 Frenzy Bursts. So 1, 2. If he walks towards you, you might want to walk back just a little bit. Those 3, this one's 4. And refill your FP. And you're gonna wait for him to do this big attack from the air. You're gonna have to bait it out a little bit, but... Well, this is not optimal. This is not what you want, but he can do this if he doesn't do this big attack. But it's an overhead axe throw. That one. And when he does that, you just run underneath him. And you basically are just going to sprint across the entire arena from him. And you're going to buff. So Physic, Vow, Howl. Get Catch Flame ready. You're going to refill FP as well. And then you're going to wait for him to do it again. Or just dash towards you, like whatever it is. And if he dashes, you can jump further away and he'll do his transition. There you go. That is the way to do it if you don't want to have to dodge the earthquake in phase 1. I'm not as big of a fan as the first one. I prefer the first method. I'm just not as good at dodging the earthquake because I usually don't. I usually just run away, but for this to work for phase 2, you need those buffs active, and if you run away during the earthquake, your buffs wear off, so your damage is lower. So I do kind of recommend this method for phase 2. Boning out and then doing Frenzy Burst. I'm not as big of a fan, but I think it's the safer option here. And it's really quite simple too. You know, you get a freer fight. But the thing is, you're gonna have to learn how to dodge that one attack because you don't really see that in any of the other fights. And it's not very hard to dodge that overhead slam, but you do need to know how to do it. So yeah, this is just above his health threshold for the phase transition. Just run underneath him. Fully buff. Refill your FP. And let's see if he'll do the overhead this time. You need to know how to dodge that one. Oh, what? Okay, well, usually you want to have a little bit of distance between you and him so that he will do that phase transition. But right there I was just a little bit too close, so we did a follow-up, I think. Because yeah, if he does that side jump, you can kind of back up a little bit and jump and outspace it. You do need to know how to dodge that phase transition. But it just makes things a little bit easier, I think. In the sense of dodging that earthquake, because I'm really not a fan of dodging that. And this can definitely be a little bit finicky too with all the phase transitions. So yeah, regardless of how you do this, you're gonna have to practice this and be pretty comfy with it. And again, this really is not the most complicated fight. This one is definitely a bit harder than Golden Godfrey, but I see I rolled a bit early there. So I think yeah, see, there's that stomp again, even though he's really below his health threshold. But yeah, that's the big problem with that overhead axe throw, is you don't want to roll too early, or else you can still get pushed away by that after explosion. And even though it doesn't do damage, it still does count as a hit. But I'm wondering if you can actually do 5 hits here, because it seems like 1 catch flame isn't really enough to transition him. It's 2, 3, 4. But what if you do a tap right here? Is that enough to get him to transition? I don't think so. Maybe that's actually a better strat, is do 4 fully charged in 1 tap. I should have tested this strat a little bit more. I thought 4 taps was fine. Or 4 charged was fine, but I think actually doing 4 charged and then 1 tap afterwards is a little better. Yeah, you just wait. This is like, this is what you're trying to avoid, right? And then he did it anyway. Your buffs will at least last longer this way, but you can jump over this too if you want. Yeah, so I think the biggest thing, if you're doing that second way, I'm not quite as familiar with this because I usually just fight the boss straight up. I think if you're doing the Frenzied Burst way, you do 4 fully charged ones and then 1 tap cast. And that way you're getting him closer to that health threshold. And when you roll the axe throw, I think you're going to want to roll into it, but I'm not entirely sure because you're trying to avoid that earthquake. But even then, if he does do that earthquake when you're doing the Frenzy Burst way, you can just outspace it. It's pretty simple to outspace, and then your buffs are going to last longer. If you're doing the first way, which I guess I'll show one more time. If you're doing the first way, just make sure you're dodging the earthquake, because you're dodging it so that your buffs will last into phase 2, and it'll get you that damage to get past that health threshold. So yeah, if you're doing Frenzy Burst way, you can outspace the explosion if you see it, or the earthquake. You really shouldn't see it, but if you do, you can outspace it. And make sure you do 4 charged and 4 tap. And if you're doing this way, just make sure you're dodging the earthquake properly. Make sure you're confident with that, because that was my biggest thing when I was recording this, is I wasn't as confident in my ability to dodge it, so I messed it up. Okay, I guess he can do another attack there. So yeah, just I think if you're doing this strat for Horlu phase 2, try and roll behind him, because he has to turn then. I think that's the key to this. I should have tested this a bit more, but it's really hard to script this fight with without a stagger in phase 2. But yeah, I think that's the move, is do those 2 catch flames and try and roll a bit behind him. And then that way he has to turn to you to do an attack, and he will not do the attack, he'll do his phase transition. Obviously I'm not sure on that, but I'm just kind of guessing here. See, he kind of did a little turn there. So yeah, I think trying to roll behind him in phase 2 is the key to success on either strat. I think that's the big thing, because then he's gonna have to turn, but you do need to be prepared for an extra attack there. It is just RNG if he does another attack, but I think if you're behind him, it will help. versus in front. Because see, like here I'm directly in front of him, he does that attack. So I think if you roll behind him, it helps. I should have tested this more, but that's kind of the conclusion I'm coming to right now is when you are in phase 2, 2 catch flames, roll. It's not a free roll. You do have to time it just slightly. Or you can strafe around and do 2 as well. But if you're doing 2, roll 2, just make sure you time the roll well and then try and roll behind him. I think that's the key. I'll test this more and I'll come up with another update if I need to. But for now, that's kind of my final thoughts on this fight. But yeah, you're gonna have to practice this fight a lot. This is probably one of the hardest in the run. So just make sure you're comfy with this one and you should be okay. So after watching the Horaloo strat back, I really didn't like how that section turned out. So I did a little more testing to try and find something better. And I actually found a strat I'm a huge fan of. I've done a little bit of testing with this. It seems pretty consistent. But I think this is probably what most people should be doing. Everything I said before is true as far as I know. And both of those methods do work, but this one is significantly better. So yeah, I mean, this is pretty late in the run. You want to have a solid strat here. I think this is the one you should stick with. So yeah, you go in, run backwards, and once you get a bit of distance, there's not really a specific answer to how far, just get a little bit away in memory of grace. My save file that I'm going to use in a second, I quit out, so I'm going to have those 40,000 runes. Just ignore that. It's not really important for the run, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, what you're going to do here, you're going to do no buffs. You're just going to use Assassin's Gambit and then heal up so you have Ritual Sword. You're going to walk in and you're going to go to the third little square. So this is 1, 2, 3. You're going to stand right here. You're going to do 4 fully charged Frenzied Burst and 1 tap Frenzied Burst. And the whole time, just hold backwards on your controller. So we'll do 1. Take a step back if we can. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. We're going to do a tap. Walk backwards some. Refill your blue. Bait the overhead, which it's pretty consistent with him doing that. Just get some distance, drink your physic, gonna fully buff now. And then now, this is where it's kind of a little different than before. So fully buff, refill blue, wait for some stamina, and then do a fully charged Frenzy Burst and switch over to Catch Flame. Wait for this, dodge, do 3. The 4th Catch Flame is going to transition. So do it here, and then you're going to circle around Horaloo. Do 2. Boom. Just that easy. It's a lot easier. I will say there are kind of 2 different things that can happen here. So after you do the 4 Frenzied Bursts, or I guess the 5, really, and you fully buff, and you do that next Frenzied Burst, he's not guaranteed to do his phase transition. If he doesn't do his phase transition, all you have to do is bait the overhead again and go underneath him just a little bit, and then wait for him to do the sideways jump, and just give yourself some distance between you and him, and he will do the transition because he's below the health threshold. And that's really the only RNG thing I've had happen so far. But I'll try and get him to do it here. I've only had him do it a couple of times. It's much less common. The main thing with this strat is you need to know the timing on that phase transition in phase 1. It's not too bad, but I know at this point in a run, nerves are going to be high, so it's a bit tricky. But I promise if you learn that, it'll be really, really simple. So I'll do it again. Go to the 3rd square. 1, 2, 3. You can go back a bit further here if you want. That's also fine. Like if you wanted to restore a bit more stamina or something. So this is where you get some issues if he does this, which is pretty uncommon, actually. And you have all of the time in the world to just mess around here, because you don't have buffs that are wearing off or anything, since you still have everything. So yeah, just get some space. Rebuff. Refill your FP. One more frenzy burst. Switch over to catch flame. Maybe he'll do the. He doesn't. You can also jump over this transition too. 1, 2, 3. Make sure you roll his stomps now. There's your 4th one. Transitions. Circle around. You can do 3 here if you're fast enough. So it's pretty consistent with this. It's a lot easier than the other 2 ways I showed, I think. I really think this is what most people should be sticking with. If you are comfortable with fighting phase 1 and phase 2, feel free to just fight him. That's perfectly fine. But yeah, this has been the most consistent because he has to turn around in phase 2, which kind of lets you get that guaranteed phase transition. I have not seen him do anything other than the phase transition yet. I assume it's still possible, it's just incredibly rare, which is why I kind of wait a little bit there, but I haven't seen it happen yet, so it might just not be possible, I'm not 100% sure. And that's something that would take a lot of testing to figure out, and I don't really have all of the time for that, so I just haven't done it. But if anybody does get hit by that, feel free to let me know. Like if he does do something in his phase 2 and you get hit, let me know. As far as I know, though, it's either incredibly uncommon or not possible. Frenzy burst here. Right here and we're behind him, so he's gonna turn. You don't have to rush this either, you can dodge this if you want to. Like you really have a lot of time in phase 2 to just do whatever. I really want to see him do the axe throw to show that, but it's not super common it seems, so I wouldn't worry too much about it, but basically if after you fully buff, I'll do it one more time. If he doesn't do it, then I'll explain it. But if he does, then I can just show exactly what to do. And make sure during this part you're pulling back on your controller. See, I'm only taking like half a step or something, but Frenzy Burst pushes you forwards a little bit, so it helps to kind of even that out. And he's also walking towards you, so you just want to make sure that you're getting some space so you're not going to get hit while you're casting here. See, this is the tricky here. It's kind of not behaving properly, but you know, you have space. Don't panic. Come on, Horaloon. Play with me the way I want you to, buddy. I really want him to do this attack. I don't think he's going to, yeah. Yeah, so I guess he's just not gonna do it. So yeah, this is the strat I'd recommend. It's much better. Much more consistent with what I've found so far. In phase 1, when you fully buff, if he does not do the transition like he did on every single one of those, you can bait the overhead axe throw again, just run a little bit underneath him. Don't go quite as far, just so you can dodge it. And then he's either going to do the phase transition then, or he's going to do a sideways stomp. Just jump over the stomp, but keep some distance between you and him. And then he's going to do the phase transition, and then you can just continue with the plan. It's a much better kill. I think it's a lot easier. It feels much more comfy. So I highly recommend this. And yeah, I just wanted to show a better strat since I really didn't like how the Horaloo section turned out. So I want to explain why this Horaloo strat works better than the first ones. It's because for Horaloo in phase 2, when he has to turn around like that, I think he's not really queuing up an attack, he's queuing up his phase transition instead. And I'm not 100% sure as to why that happens, but I've seen it quite a few times doing no-hit runs. So I think when you're circling around him, you're just facing behind him. And so he's going to turn and face you into his phase transition. Whereas with the previous strat, you're standing in front of him in phase 2. And so he has an attack he queues up. And I think that's why it works. And it's just a bit strange, but I'm pretty sure that's why the other strat I just showed is way better. So I just wanted to kind of explain that a little bit. So if you are doing one of the first 2 strats that I showed, make sure you're rolling behind him after the grab, just so that he has to turn around. I still don't know if it's a 100% thing or not, but I think it really makes it way more likely that he does the phase transition instead of anything else. Level up, I got 30 mind and then I did endurance. Your levels don't really matter, but I like some endurance for this fight. So I wanted to redo this Elden Beast spot. Radagon is really simple, but Elden Beast I kind of explained really badly. I explained it incorrectly. So what you want to do for Radagon is you fully buff, and then you walk in the fight, and you do 5 catch flames. You have plenty of time to do 5, and then you're going to do a jumping catch flame. And then he's going to do his overhead slam, and you're going to roll it and do 2 more catch flames, and he dies. Radagon is really straightforward. I will also mention I messed up my spell order here, so I fast traveled back to reset it. All you need to do is just take off Frenzy Burst. I think I made it more complicated than it had to be, but yeah, you really just take off Frenzy Burst. Yeah, I kind of fumbled with it a bit here, but you really do Golden Vow, Howl, Pest Threads, Catch Flame. The reason is because you use Catch Flame for Radagon, then you rebuff with Howl, and then use Pest Threads on Elden Beast, so it just makes the order a little bit easier. But yeah, Radagon is really simple. So, Physic, Golden Vow, Howl, then you're gonna do 5 catch flame. You're gonna jump, catch flame, then roll this attack, and catch flame. Then rebuff with Howl. Swap over the Pest Threads, drink blue. And then for this to work, you want to run up to Elden Beast and get close to him. You need to be quick here, don't take a whole lot of time, but yeah, you run close so that you're basically touching him on the front. Like, run as close as I did at least. And like, this is a good spot to stop. You're do 2 Pest Threads and just free aim them. Don't lock on, or else it's going to turn your camera around and it's going to mess up your cast. Just look at him and cast it twice. And run behind his leg here. And you're going to free aim 1 more Pest Threads at his body. And then for these final Pest Threads, you're going to lock on. He's going to die. It's really simple. My explanation before was incorrect. But yeah, basically the way this works is that when you cast Pest Threads from right in front of him, when the threads come out of your body, they go into him already. So you're already doing a bunch of damage, and then they're going to travel through his body, doing even more damage, which is why you can get such an insane number on this. Like 15,000 damage right there is crazy. And it's because when you're doing those first casts, they already are piercing him, doing damage, and then going through his body, doing more. After this third one, it is safe to cast a fourth one, but sometimes it's very, very uncommon, but sometimes he will queue up an attack. I probably won't be able to replicate that RNG just because it's really, really uncommon. But that's something you just need to be aware of. You probably don't ever need to worry about it happening to you, but it can. Just be aware that it's something that can happen. I'll go ahead and do this one time just to show it again. But yeah, this Radagon Elden Beast is really, really simple. So yeah, full buff. Drink your blue. Catch flame. Catch flame. I needed the wrong buff, but that's okay. I'm gonna do Howl there instead. Run up. The wrong buff, don't panic, just stick to script, do what you should do, and it's okay. Like, it's really not a huge deal. Pest threads is insanely good. I do want to mention something here that I think is really important to notice. In this Radagon fight, and this is true for more than just Radagon. So when you see me do these catch flames here, I'm going to slow this down to show this because I think it's super, super important. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you watch my stamina bar here and my player, what you want to do is after killing or after doing these catch flames, you want to move your character. It doesn't have to be crazy or anything, just move it slightly. So you watch my character, I take a step backwards immediately. And this makes your stamina regen start happening much faster. It's kind of hard to show it normally, but yeah, that's something important that I want to mention. So this helps regenerate your stamina faster. You see here after the jump, I do it again. Immediately take a step backwards to start regenerating your stamina again. And I think that's something that's really important to point out here. I just like it's something very, very crucial in Elden Ring in general for these fights. So I don't know what that was. So yeah, if I just disable AI real quick and go in here. If you see, if we do catch flame, and you look at my stamina, see how it kind of takes a second to start regenerating when I stand still? But then if I start moving after, it starts regenerating immediately. It's less noticeable with catch flame, because catch flame, you have that returning animation with your foot. But it is still a little bit quicker. Whereas if you're just standing still, it's not quite as fast. This is more noticeable with melee weapons for sure, but that's something very important that you should be implementing in this fight so you can get that stamina regen back just a little bit quicker. You might not really notice it, but I promise it makes a difference, especially for melee weapons, but it is true in this case as well, it helps. Just make sure you just tap your stick a little bit backwards so that you can start regenerating that stamina just slightly quicker. So yeah, that's about it. I mean, it's a pretty beginner friendly run, about as beginner friendly as you can be. I would say the Iron Balls route is definitely a little bit easier than this. But this one, boss wise, is not too much more difficult. I would say Horaloo is slightly harder. And that's probably about it, honestly. Because usually with Iron Balls, you get a stagger in phase 2 for Horaloo. And with this strat, you don't, which makes them a bit harder. But yeah, I mean, that's really about it. I know it's a bit of a longer run. I think my time was about 2 hours and 7 minutes. There's definitely ways you can speed this route up a little bit, but you know, if 2 hours 15, yeah, 2 hours 12 actually. So 2 hours 15 to 2 hours 30 minutes is about your normal time for this, I would say. But yeah, the main thing is just practice Horaloo for that fight in particular, and practice Golden Godfrey, and also practice Maliketh. Those are your big 3 bosses that are going to be tricky. You definitely need to practice all of the bosses and the running sections and make sure you're comfortable with them. But those are the big 3 tricky ones that you're going to need to work on. I'll link all of the hitless tools that I use. I'm not going to go over them because they all have their own guides on their pages that are good, I think. And I'll link some long endurance kills on some of those harder bosses so people can watch and try and get a better understanding of them. But yeah, that's about it. If anybody has any questions, feel free to leave comments. I'll try and get to all of them. You can join my stream and ask me questions, or even message me on Discord, and I'll try and get back to everybody who has questions. If anybody is interested in me making a more advanced tutorial that might be a little bit quicker than this one, feel free to let me know and I can work on that. Or if you would like me to expand this tutorial even more to an all Great Runes no hit run, then feel free to let me know and I can also start working on that run. It's really not too bad with incantations, so if that's something you're interested in, feel free to reach out and let me know, and I'll work on it. I really like this route. I think it's a lot of fun. I tried to make it as beginner friendly as possible, but reach out if you have any questions, and I hope you guys have good luck on your no-hit runs.